The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
America, and indeed the West generally, has a misunderstanding of what assimilation is problem. Societies reflect the culture of the people within it. Race isn't merely a social construct, rather, societies are a racial construct that reflect the inherent biospiritual instinct of a people projected onto the environment. Our pre-programmed software, if you will. There's really no such thing as assimilation. There's only imitation, and only when the outgroup is in the absolute minority. While in the minority, they'll practice cultural diffidence out of fear of retribution from the majority. As their population grows, they will eventually reach a stage where they no longer fear retribution. They're free to practice their own culture. This is called numerical courage. They will gain representation in government and can demand concessions so that they more and more may freely practice their own norms of behavior and standards for civility, which again are a reflection of their biospiritual instinct. Eventually, as their number grows and grows, they'll become powerful enough to actually enforce their norms onto what was once our society. This doesn't happen consciously. This happens whether one wants to or not. Only Western kind creates Western civilization. It is our biospiritual instinct. And without us in the absolute majority, there is no Western civilization because it comes entirely from us.
Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks. You?
Not bad. Long ride?
Tell me about it.
yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Take for their disease. Just like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's Sunday, it's Church of the West, and I am your hierarch. It is wonderful to be with you all here today for the reclamation of our destiny in service to white well-being. Featured stories today: Discovery, Blacks and Jews created America. Well, isn't that fascinating? Who was in on the firebombing of the churches? And of course, that's going to be the white churches. And Medicare for all? What an interesting idea. Go Free lesson of the day is really going to be your questions about Go Free. Maybe some of your experiences. You'll be tagging me. We shall see. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. You know, I used to work in a laundromat many years back, and I had this thing that I would do. When people would walk in, I would always say really loud, "Welcome." And then when they would leave, I would always yell nice and loud, "Come again." One day, a woman came in. She threw her dress on the counter. She was in a bit of a mood. I said, "Welcome." She shouted at me her phone number so that I could find her account. And she turned and she was walking out. So I yelled, "Come again." And she said, "No, it was toothpaste." Welcome. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And you are here with your hierarch, ladies and gentlemen. This is Church of the West, the only community in service to white well-being, recapturing our destiny, doing anything positive in service to the lives of white people all across Western civilization. Aren't you glad you found Church of the West? We are taking back your life. We are taking back the lives of those in your circles of influence. We are taking back the destiny of our people in all of our countries. The absolute phenomenal, gorgeous, amazing, excellent, dazzling, go free dialogic, pulling everything together for us in a way that has never been seen before. So a big salute to all of you coming by today. Make sure you switch it over to live chat. How many got that laundromat? How many of you got the laundry? You dirty-minded people, every one of you. Switch it on over to live chat. If you are on YouTube, if you would like to see all of the comments that are being made there so that none of them, well, at least some of them, won't be censored from your view. Maybe it'll be your view or your comment that'll get censored for others. So you better hope that everybody switches over to live chat. If you would like to financially gift while you are here today, you could do so by heading on over to the app that permits cash, by heading on over to Subscribe Star, by heading on over to Premium Rumble. And you can find all of that in the description on YouTube. You can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gifting, and you'll find these options and more there, including a snail mail address. And I was just looking at a beauty competition in Italy. It was a clip. I don't normally sit around watching it, although it wouldn't be a bad thing to do with one's time. And some black woman won, but I'm told she's Italian, since she has Italian citizenship. But there was these other girls up on the stage, and they looked mighty dynamite. They looked mighty dynamite to me. But you know how things are in the anti-white West. It's the anti-white morality applied, immorality, the social morality of the West applied to even our beauty contests. And it's been this way for a long, long, long time. And it's gotten to the point where in the past couple of years, guys, obese women, and guys dressed up as girls and all of this, they can win our beauty contest. If there isn't a greater example of social morality overcoming everything, even our obvious eyes and attraction, it's beauty competitions. Have you ever thought of that? I was looking at this and I was like, you know what? I've been talking about this for so long. I'm going to go ahead and mention it right off the bat when we get together today. The social morality, does it govern all things? Well, I don't know. When you see a white female who is a freaking 10 in a beauty competition, and she has lost to a morbidly obese sea cow that has been harpooned several times since she went to her beach visit, she'll never go again. She's going camping on all of her vacations from now on. And she's up there on the stage winning, or the guy dressed up as a woman is on the stage winning. Relative to these a line of tens of white females, there is no greater evidence that the social morality overcomes everything, that it is before and upstream from everything. If you could take a white female and a 10, the most attractive thing on planet Earth, and say, no, it's actually going to be this dude. It's actually this dude with his tiny dork that's going to be the winner of this year's beauty pageant. And next year, it's going to be Tundra is going to be the winner. It couldn't be more obvious. So I was like, wow, I'm going to go ahead and mention that to everybody. Now, you can tag me on the platforms I mentioned for financial gifting. You can tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt, @NoWhiteGuilt. You can also tag me on, as I mentioned, YouTube, on Twitter, on Entropy, on Odyssey, in addition to the other platforms while we're here today, at Church of the West with your hierarch, Jason Kuna. And I want you to participate in Church of the West because you need to learn for your life to improve. You need to learn for you to be able to influence your circles of influence. You need to learn so that you can be the people having victories at police departments and banks and credit unions and family courts and unions and major media platforms. And what else? Elementary schools, high schools, places of business. It's everywhere. It's acceptable. It's replicable. It's scalable. And it is indelible. First, last, for the first and last of those four. How do you like how I did that? That's Church of the West with your hierarch, ladies and gentlemen. The power of the white man's mind. No, we're not dressed up as a goth freak, entire body covered in tattoos, which the anti-white system, SPLC, and so many others have decided to fund. Oh, yeah. Edward Scissorgriff, Jake Moron. Franklin sent me some more videos of this clown. astounded. He never finishes being astounded at how much money people are giving him, and how many followers that he's getting, and how he jumped off of YouTube because they cut one of his streams. He did something, he said something, they cut one of the streams. He ended up with so many people that showed up over on Rumble that they put him on the front page of Rumble. I mean, talk about the system deciding who the leader of the resistance will be. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke, which I imagine the Italians were saying in the audience when they saw the black woman winning the Italian beauty pageant. What a fucking joke. That's probably what they were. That's what. And then this guy, you're not even going to believe it. And I'm going to have to put together maybe a little compilation. He's eventually, I know he's brain dead, but he's eventually going to get intelligent enough to stop acting amazed and to start acting like he deserves all of the followers that are increasing by 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, showing up one right after the other. No, nothing odd about that. But front page on Rumble and boosted to everyone on Rumble. What a fucking joke. And then not only that, but he's sitting there in one clip astonished at how people keep giving him $500 donations. He said it was $500, $500, $500, $500. And he thought, oh, it's got to be chargebacks. It's got to be a ruse. It's got to be a joke. $500, $500, $500 every time he lifts his head. $500 more donation. $500 more donation. And he said, well, I get it. I'm not going to celebrate these because it's got to be a ruse. It's got to be chargebacks. It's got to be a joke. But then he says he goes after the stream to make sure that, yes, indeed, it is a joke, and finds out, no, it wasn't a joke. All of those $500 donations were legit. All of those $500 donations going straight into Edward Scissorgrift. What a fucking joke. Everybody who watches this guy is an abject, brain-dead, bovine, imbecilic moron. You are being led to him by the anti-whites who are literally paying, who are literally funding him to be the content creator of your choice. And you're falling for it because you are an idiot. That's the only reason that it could work on you. So, yeah, that's going on right now. That's going on. And we'll see how many of you champions actually show up and for something real, to do something actually substantive for service to white well-being. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. Let's talk about @ no white guilt. If you want to contact me on all these platforms, also do not fail to recall that we have the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. It is the white man's ADL. It is the white man's NAACP. It is the white man's advocacy group that is employing the Go Free dialogic and winning everywhere we go. Never forget, maybe you like Patriot Front, for example. The only way that the opinion on white guys having a grievance is going to change is if we change the conversation about our victimization. Do you hear me? No amount of marches is going to matter. So if you want them to be received in a brighter and more friendly light, then we have to change the conversation about whether or not white males can have a grievance in today's anti-white world. We are the ones who will determine how they are received. They can march from now until kingdom fucking come, and it won't change a goddamn thing. If it gets more anti-white, it eventually will get to the point where people are allowed to kill them on the streets during their marches. But if we continue to change the conversation about our victimization, then they will be received in a different light because grievances from white people will be received in a different light. Understand. You're welcome. Will they be grateful? Probably fucking not. But that's the reality of it. Masumik is in the house with us. Good to see you. A few years ago in Japan, a half Japanese, part black girl won their beauty contest. Being half might count, but she looks black. Japan heavily influenced by the West, and therefore what's the social morality of the West? Anti-whiteism. I love when these absolute cuck bitch retards, and we're going to get into, of course, the latest news. Lindsey Graham is dead. Anti-white Lindsey Graham is dead. Yes, he's dead. And I'm inclined to agree with the Iranians that he is in hell. But I get fed up with these cuck bitch losers, these baby dick cuck bitch, soft bitch losers who sit around and say, no, it's a one world government, and it's run by lizards, and the lizards, they want to do this. They are anti-human. They are anti-human. And when you're anti-human, then you do and say the same thing is happening in Japan, and the same thing. Well, you know what's interesting is that the countries where we see similar things happening as in the West are the ones that are the most influenced by the West. And in the West, the social morality is the anti-white immoral imperative. And so that we see this mirrored versions show up to one degree or another in the countries most heavily influenced by Western civilization is not a surprise to people who can think. But of course, the cuck conservative losers, there's so many of these white cuck losers, they're so fucking brain dead and anti-white and cowardly that they don't want to talk about our victimization, do they? They never want to talk about our victimization. Zamuski is in the house. Eagle Heart is here. Zamuski says, I was in the Paint Boys live stream calling him out for accepting money for saying things that harm people, as well as calling out the donors. I got no response, but who knows how many saw me. Well done, brother. Well done. Epic swashing. No, they'll keep Jake Moron and the rest. They will keep saying the things that are harmful for our people, that are the wrong lens, that are pernicious, destructive, deleterious lens, things that if they repeat, their lives will be undermined and ruined. Family members will leave them. Jobs will fire them. Schools will eject them. They'll keep giving them this kind of information because that's good for anti-whites. That's the people who's paying for it. So they can make no argument. And I would debate any of these fucking losers on whether or not it's going to be good for an actual white person, not whites in the abstract, but good for an actual white person to repeat the filth that they say, to repeat the charges that they make in their world. Because I've got 3.5+ decades of watching lives be ruined from people following those prescriptions. The vast majority, though, don't follow those prescriptions because they know what the social morality is, even without being able to articulate it, unless they learned it from me or you. So they know. So they don't say anything. They keep it on the DL. And where do they get DL from? Blacks. Because they're all losers and they want to imitate blacks all the fucking time. The great Franklinator is here. Winged Productions is in the house. Westman is here. Hello, all white well-being advocates. Jay here says, Jake would tear you up. Listen, you need to take his baby dick out of your mouth because I would ruin that goth freak in a moment, and you as well. And I could have both hands and both legs tied behind my back and ruin you. And I could have a little bit of brain damage and still ruin the both of you at the same time. How does that sound? Anti-white pig. He is a moron, and you are a moron because you follow him. That's what that means. You've just admitted to the entire live chat that you are an anti-white moron. So get a pair of scissors, drink everything under the sink, get drunk, and run with the scissors. Does that make sense for you? Do I need to help you out there? Jake Moron. And Jake Shields can barely put a sentence together. I mean, come on. Both of them. Cindy Ben is here. Positive Infinite is here. Celine is here. Shameless is here. Frank is here. Hello and welcome. Anglo-Saxon and WG is in the house. Joe is here. Juliet. Stream shared. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The great Dean of Danger, Brent Danger, is here. Imagine being so low IQ'd that you could look at me and then say, yeah, You don't stand a chance against these tards. I mean, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Dan is with us. Jason is here. Hello and welcome. Tree Godfather is in the house. I'm glad to have no idea who most of these anti-white content creators that you talk about are. Well, yes, indeed. You are lucky indeed to not know who they are. Biosphere of the West is in the house. Great to see you. All right. Let's continue with what we have here. Well, the anti-white Lindsey Graham has found himself dead. For the totality of this guy's existence, he loves to tout his military service. I think he was a lawyer. Somebody will have to look that up. I think he was a lawyer. So he did nothing, in other words, in the Air Force. And so he was in the Air Force. Maybe he was a lawyer in the Air Force. And then once he got into politics, it's been the bachelor's life of young male interns and endorsement of every anti-white policy on the books. This guy was a rabid never-Trumper until Trump was in and the boss and dominating. And then he decided that he would be on Team Trump. So he was a never-Trumper until Trump defeated him and the never-Trumpers. And then he decided, well, I might as well just go ahead and be on Trump's team here. And then he especially liked Trump when Trump decided to be a little militaristic, because that's what this clown was all about. He was all about waging wars and killing white men and boys as much and as often as he could. Loves the brother war between Ukraine and Russia, would like that to go on perpetually. And of course, this guy in his anti-whiteism is a deep and unabiding servant of Israel. And he's made so many trips over to Israel, it's impossible to count. He's bent over so many times and sucked off the wall, which, let me tell you, he really likes. He was just recently at Disney World by himself, walking around with a stuffed animal. The family has engendered a little bit, and in all seriousness, prayers to the family and the people who cared for him and loved him. And I am genuinely sorry for your loss. And now back to us. Glad this anti-white POS has decided to move on to hell, which is where he belongs. The focus should have always been on our people, our race, and irrespective of our countries and our religions and our speech and our focus entirely on our people. That's where his focus. And in particular, of course, he's a representative of the people of South Carolina, and he should be focused there. But instead, it was all of these other things that he felt he had to serve. Medics who were called to South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham's Washington, D.C. home over a report of someone suffering chest pains before a man in his 70s began suffering a heart attack ahead of the Republican's sudden death on Saturday night. So I don't know if he called. The scanner call is actually recorded, and the one I heard is just of the EMS speaking with each other. Nobody answered the door when EMS got there. They had to break in, and which would cause me to believe that he was alone, or maybe he was not alone, but whoever was with him, he ran out in time. Who knows? Who knows what was going on there? But the family said like a short and sudden illness killed him. I think this is instigating a lot of question about, well, he was just in Ukraine. He was acting healthy. He does morning shows like every single morning on anti-white platform, on anti-white networks. And so suddenly he's dead. Well, that's what happens with a heart attack. All of us know people and family members who were fine one day and then dead the next from a heart attack. They weren't regularly being checked. There are also various types of heart disease that can just snap you out of existence, and nothing known ahead of time. Is it possible that Iran or Russia or who knows, China, who knows? Is it possible? Is it possible that the CIA, is it possible that there's a little something that they could put in the food and knock him off? Probably, but what's the use of talking about it? You can't know. I can't know. It doesn't affect white well-being and the things that we can actually do in our lives. Now, you'll find that kind of conversation going on everywhere else, but we don't indulge in things that are for the minds of children, for wasting time. We indulge, we dig our hands into and roll our sleeves up into the circles of influence that we can affect with the tools that we have demonstrated to work forever more. Audio of emergency medical dispatch reviewed by the Post. Call made around 8:30 p.m. For a person suffering chest pain. And Benny Robbins Johnson is the absolute misdirector when it comes to the titles on all of his videos. It could not be greater clickbait. Everything he does is he is the clickbaitiest baiter of all time. And so they wanted to kill him and all this kind of stuff that he's putting. Don't even watch that shit. Just ignore it. He has no idea what's going on. All that we can know and will ever know is that this guy had a sudden heart attack and he's anti-white. One of the things Benny was trying to push was that, the SAVE Act was going to be able to go through until he died. What are you even talking about? The SAVE Act is going nowhere thanks to Thune. So, no, none of that's happening. 8:30 for a person suffering chest pain at Graham's $1 million Capitol Hill townhouse. Graham's office said he died on Saturday night from a brief and sudden illness, but did not specify the cause of death. A brief and sudden. That would be like a heart attack. Maybe a brief, maybe he went to the doctor and they said, oh my God, your arteries are full of plaque around your heart. We got to address this. And then he told my arteries are full of plaque, and then he's dead the next week. So that's the brief and sudden illness. 25 minutes after the 9/11 emergency personnel report, the CPR was done in progress. So 25 minutes he was unconscious on the floor, and that would mean that he's dead after a massive heart attack. Initial emergency call was placed by someone in Baltimore who was en route to the senator's home, reporting that someone inside was suffering from severe chest pain. Okay, so he called an aide, a lover, or whatever, and as he was having this chest pain, and then the other person is the one who called. The FBI director, Kash Patel, said the Bureau is assisting local authorities and has made every necessary resource available. Now, this is the kind of thing that I would think would just be run-of-the-mill. If you have a decent regime in the White House, this kind of thing would be run-of-the-mill. FBI would immediately be involved in a sudden death. Something that, not like a Mitch McConnell that's brain dead and lying as far as everybody can tell, and brain dead and just lying in a hospital bed hooked up to 20-some machines. No, in this kind of a case, they would automatically investigate. The man was in his 70s. And so that's that. And you know what? I'm really happy. I don't have to hear him with his lisping giddy voice anymore, telling us how we have to do this anti-white thing or that anti-white thing and measuring everything he does by the anti-white immoral metric, feeding into the sewing. I mean, this guy was the queen of the Republican sewing circle. I guarantee you, all of the Aunt B's right now are contemplating suicide. They are all bawling into their handkerchiefs on their fainting settees now that Lindsey Graham, the ultimate queen of the sewing circle, has perished. Good riddance. This type of Republican needs to go. This kind of laid back about everything domestically, but then hawkish and on the prowl for war anywhere on planet Earth, but especially for Israel. Go to hell. He's probably already there. Lindsey Graham. I had to share with you all before we get into our quick news and laughs. First last is whether it's good to see you. Filthy, angry Irish peasant is here. Good to see you, champion. Remember, everybody's tagging me as @NoWhyGuilt. My grandfather was fine one day, says Lambda. and died of a heart attack the next day. This is like a common thing. It's not. Yes, sorry to hear that, because you don't get an opportunity to say goodbye, to know it's coming. Truth is here. Solo is here. Quick Stop is here. Rocker Red is here in the house with us. Winged Production says, are you familiar with the libertarian influencer Tom Woods? He is beginning to talk about white erasure. I'm not, but keep swashing on him. I'm not personally, but keep swashing on him. We need everybody to come over and use the lexicon that liberates our people. Thank you for letting me know, and all of us know about that. All right. So I had this interaction in the thread I had to share. We're going to get into our quick news and laughs and our main stories here, because did you know blacks and Jews are the people who created America? And once again, I'm right. Once again, I'm so right when it comes to all these things. What's history? Where are all my historical revisionists? Dipshits. Dipshit. Where are you out there? Historical. We got to educate them. We got to educate the people. This is what we're going to do. We're going to educate the people about what really happened in history. We're going to educate every one of them about what happened in history. And how many hundreds of million? We could do it. We could do it. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You have to control the moral landscape to decide what happened in history, dipshit. But just keep slandering yours truly. Keep being jealous of yours truly. Keep showing up in the live chat as jealous little baby dicks. And you're like, man, this guy thinks so much deeper, so much faster, so much further. And I'm turned on by him as well. And I'm not even gay. And so I've got to come up with something to undermine. I got to come up with something. I find Jake Moron, Edward Scissorgrift, so much more appealing because he's obviously a loser. He's obviously a loser. I find a baby dick, I'm a Mexican, Fuentes, so much more appealing because he's a loser and he reminds me of myself, or I even feel superior to him. We know how this works. That's why in entertainment, they give you the most abjectly TARDIS individuals to follow and to laugh and to giggle about, to endorse, because you'll feel better about your dumbass selves. Absolutely. You are the dregs of the white race, and you should not have a voice. And when the healthy white race, the hierarchical white race, reclaims the helm of our destiny, your voice will be taken away. You can go ahead and say goodbye to your First Amendment, because we will take your voice away. You're not going to be allowed to talk anymore. That'll be that. That will be that. We're going to keep sharing my dumbass views. So this character, we'll just refer to this character as Kron. Do not look for this character to bother this person. Kron writes under one of my videos, I'm guessing many of the people here are Fed lovers. The whole culture war is a foreign operation used to divide us, the American people. If you think race defines you, then you're a sheep. Okay, so I wrote back, are you an anti-white, brain-dead conservative? We are attacked on the basis of our race. It is so obvious that to deny that is to reveal that one is anti-white. If that is you, then you need to do better. Well, Kron decided to give us a little bit more information about him or herself. As we unpack this, we find out more about Kron. Kron says, funny, I don't recall being attacked for being white. Lowercase w. In fact, me and my white kids are doing pretty well in life. But I guess I wasn't doing well. But I guess if I wasn't doing well in life, I too would want to complain and blame someone or something else. I'd also probably get angry with anyone that pointed out my grift, especially my grift. All the fucking money you see pour in here. All of it. Yeah. I am an adult genius level, athletic, badass man of the West. And you think the money that comes in, that you all can see it, that this is my grift. This is where I'm getting it. No, I don't think so. Let's get back to Quran here. Especially if that was all I had going for me. Good and bad people come in all varieties. Maybe when you get older, you people will realize this. If not, you can just keep making videos about how you are the new victims of oppression. Meanwhile, our society is being dismantled by those who wish to eliminate or enslave all of humanity. And in the meantime, you will just whine about how unfair only your team is being treated and live in a constant state of misery. Good luck with your victim Olympics. You are on pace to make a run for the gold. I myself am going to enjoy what is left of life and not let anyone step on my toes or oppress me. I don't have time to waste crying about how unfair my people, puts in quotes, have it. My people are my family, and nobody is oppressing us. Peace. And I'm out of here. Literally wrote that. So what do you know about this character so far? What do you know? Well, the thing that jumped out at me by that response is a female conservative boomer. Yeah? Female conservative boomer. So I started to write a response, really geared to burn this POS down. But then I decided, you know what, I'm going to look into Quran a little bit. And I discovered that Quran is either a Jew or a worshiper of Jews, which probably more likely a worshiper of Jews. If it's a conservative, anti-white boomer, they worship Jews all the time, don't they? So I had to delete my response, and I wrote back as soon as I discovered this loving view and angle dynamic with Jews. I wrote back, I wrote your bitch, cuck, baselessly condescending ass a response that I had to delete because I just discovered you're an anti-white Jew. You aren't white at all. No wonder you're so indifferent to our plight. And being indifferent to and denying our suffering makes you anti-white, which is the part of you that is material to me. Stop pretending to be white, anti-white, playing like you morally object to what is being done to us all, but at the same time, not caring what's happening to white people was a little too much on the nose, if you know what I mean, my Jewish friend. Yes, you and your Jewish kids will be just fine while anti-white quotas, DEI, and set-asides for non-whites and women, and on and on and on harm whites. Oh, but sure, boomer. Once I get older, I will be good with whites being harmed, just like you. Of course, you can't show the evidence of how, say, blacks are being taught to hate Arabs or Arabs taught to hate Mexicans by the conspiratorial, shadowy peoples who are probably lizards, right? Cuck. But we can show how everyone is taught to hate whites. We can show the anti-white discriminatory programs in every university, national, international company. So do us all a favor and take your anti-white Jewish ass out of my comments. Bye-bye. P.S. Cue the denial of Jewishness. Well, she writes back. And again, probably more likely that she is a basic bitch, conservative worshiper of Jews than an actual Jew. She writes back, wow, white fragility is a real thing, LMAO. I can see why you are so invested in this. Let me take a wild guess. You are chronically unemployed and most likely childless. Heavy is the burden of the underachiever with chips on both shoulders. Can you just see her right now taking her like Plavix and other old person drugs? Can you just see her right as she's typing this out, sitting in a recliner with her ankles that are probably about that big around? Typical old white bitch, conservative. Your fantasy world is very bleak, and it is reflected in your soul. The truth is, I am not Jewish, and you are not Christian. Oh, I get it. I see now. So maybe that's a little bit more evidence that her Christianity is the worship of Jews and also the worship of the rest of the anti-white immoral imperative. She says, it is unfortunate for you that you chose not to know what peace is, but that you should just choose peace as your race is being persecuted, discriminated against, as your life is ruined as a consequence of anti-whiteism. You should just know peace, right? These old white people, but all white people who are like this of any age, they need to be off the map. They need to be moved on. Maybe they could join Lindsey Graham in hell. The sooner the better. She says, but this is your decision. Have you ever tried taking a vacation from being angry for even a single day? It might do you some good. I'd recommend you reflect on the teachings of Jesus. But ironically, you probably don't like him because of his ethnicity. Or are you one of those who thinks Jesus was a white guy with blue eyes? Laughing emojis. Either way, the fact that you had to delete my comment, and they're laughing emojis all over the place with this. Either way, the fact that you had to delete my comment just shows what a coward you truly are. I'm surprised YouTube hasn't pulled your channel down yet. I'm guessing it's only time. Enjoy the day. More laughing emojis. So my final response, we'll get into the quick news and laughs. Ladies and gentlemen, my final response to Quran was this. Quran, your awkward condescension and overuse of laughing emojis reeks of deep female insecurities. The sagging fat body, thin hair, urinary incontinence, clinical need for Lumi to address your mephitic cracks. Not to mention the insecurity that motivated the charge of deleting your comment, which is visible to everyone. Your observations display a deep-seated misandry, probably because you had daddy issues. The mocking of childishness, white fragility, lack of employment, anger issues, and the subtle threat against my channel being deleted reveals that you are a bitter anti-white harridan who is particularly jealous and hateful of strong white men. Bleak fantasy world reflecting my soul and probably believes Jesus was a white guy with blue eyes. Huh? Spoken like a modern LGBTQ plus Christian. We welcome everyone of all races and religions to oppose anti-whiteism with us. And we have many good folks from various backgrounds who do. And you hate that because you are anti-white. Bottom line, though, you're ugly. Have the day you deserve, honey. Let's get on to she never wrote back after that. Let's get into our quick news and
Trump is posting that he will ask for a rehearing with the U.S. Supreme Court over birthright citizenship. Last week, the justices struck down his executive order banning the practice. The president is reacting to the uproar over a Texas hospital using billboards in Mexico to advertise childbirth packages, what is derisively referred to as birth tourism. The governor in Texas is directing state regulators to investigate that hospital. Correspondent Brooke Taylor has got the latest for us tonight. She's in Dallas.
A Texas hospital facing backlash over this Spanish-language billboard in Mexico near the southern border. The Mission Regional Medical Center promoting, quote, birth packages in South Texas. The prices advertised are well below the national average price for childbirth, according to an independent nonprofit. The billboard also directing expectant mothers to, quote, havemybabyintexas.com. a website that has since been taken down. Following uproar from Republicans, the hospital pulled its 2 billboards.
No American citizen, no American corporation should be trying to sell American citizenship.
So Amy Coney Barrett, Roberts, you're off the court. You're off the court because this is engendering, your decision is engendering something called public choice theory. And it's when people can decide, they can see an optimal strategy for them in their lives, and they can see how to go about it. That's just what the Supreme Court, by way of Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, just did by saying birthright citizenship is the law of the land, when it obviously is not. When it obviously is not what the founding fathers intended for this country, but it's not what the individuals who wrote the amendment wanted. They specifically said, obviously, not criminals, not people who are here illegally. They went out of their way to say that. Not an invading army's children.
It's absolutely abhorrent that anybody would do this.
Now, Governor Greg Abbott is directing the Texas Health and Human Services Commission to investigate whether the hospital violated any state laws, writing, quote, American citizenship is not for sale. The hospital says the marketing campaign was removed because of the, quote, potential for unintended misunderstanding.
Of course they're lying. Of course they are. And yeah, Celine's saying, yeah, Amy Coney Barrett is anti-white. She's adopted non-white children. She's absolutely anti-white as all hell, as demonstrated by that and so many other things that she's said and done, 100%. Let's keep it going. I've never heard of a Supreme Court, the president asking a Supreme Court to review a case they've already made a decision on. So I don't know if there's anything there. It's just a comment to the media. But I could tell you how Andrew Jackson would handle it. I could tell you exactly how Andrew Jackson, a real statesman, would handle it. And I hope the spirit of Andrew Jackson possesses Donald Trump and he does what needs to be done. Let's keep it rolling here. Quick news and laughs so we can get into our main story. Let's give it up for Stop It and Dividism. Was in the creation of concepts that served us rather than harmed us, undermined us, that I realized, wow, there's like a cohesive collection of concepts that compose this anti-white narrative that is destroying us. And I slowly realized that's psychological warfare. We're living in what is largely fiction. Big salutes. Base, boost, stop it, anti-Vitism. It was in the creation. Let's keep it rolling. Take a look at this man's beautiful blonde hair.
The only people I ever see hate on blonde men are fake blonde bitches that have just been absolutely ran through.
Yes.
And it's because they're jealous. They're jealous because an ugly man has better hair than them. I woke up like this, bitch. No shower, no nothing. Just natural. I don't dye my hair. I'm a grown-ass man with hair like this. If you wanted to have hair half as good as mine, you'd have to spend $3,000-$4,000 a month at the hair salon.
That's true.
Bitch, your roots are showing. You can't even grow your hair past your fucking chin because you're killing it. Your hair is dead. You stupid bitch. I can't stand when a blonde bitch who's not even a real fucking blonde talks shit about blonde men. Shut the fuck up.
I agree with this guy. I endorse this message. Unbelievable. Indian Xbox CEO Asha Sharma announced the firing of 3,200 Americans while filing for 5,000 H-1B visas from India. This is what Indian CEOs, how many times do we have to show this? This is what Indian CEOs again and again and again is what they do. They fire the entire American workforce at the company, which in the cases that we've observed have been almost entirely white males. They fire them all, and then they bring in Indians, their fellow racial countrymen, into the country to work for them at their company. Again and again and again. This is anti-whiteism. The problem is not that this woman is Indian. The problem is that she's anti-white. Her Indian-ness is nothing to me. Being anti-white is everything. So I can see this and object here to there being anti-whiteism. I don't need to go after her birth, and nor do I have to go searching for, or does she have any connections to Jews or whatever? Who cares? All that matters is the white guys that are getting fired, dipshit. By the way, it's important to say, I'm going to put myself up. It's important to remind you all that about 6 months ago, we had another one of these tidal waves of all of these anti-Jew losers out there, the anti-non-white losers, saying, we've all got to say it's the Jews right now. Now is the time. And it comes. How many times have we seen this over the past 10 years? And I told you all about it from the beginning because the exact same thing happened before the internet was robust enough to handle this shit online, this filth. So we had another giant wave of it's all got to, how many of these waves have to go by before you realize nothing has happened to the Jews? Every single time they show up and they're like, this is it. We've got them. We've all just got to say the K word and the N word. We've got them. They're against the ropes. Everybody's got to say now's the time. And then it goes away. And then 6 months later, Jews haven't been affected one iota. Not weak Jews, not Jews in power, not Jews in collective, not Jews in positions of power in the United States or Germany or England. Nowhere. So once again, 6 months ago, that was it. It was time. It was all going to change. Everybody had to get on board now. And if you didn't, and you were working for them, now is the time. And now it's gone by again. 6 months later, there hasn't been a damn bit of difference. These people, these anti-non-whites are paid for by the SPLC and other anti-white organizations. When are you white idiots going to realize this? Anti-non-white activism is paid for by anti-whites. When are you idiots going to get it? For the love of God, never. Take a look at the white man's work here at SpaceX. Clamp retraction mechanism on the new Starship launch pad, SpaceX engineering.
We designed this pad to be able to support a launch every 60 minutes indefinitely.
That's what the white man, could you imagine? This is what we do when we are this diseased with anti-whiteism, this diseased with focusing and centering other groups of man. Could you imagine what we would be able to unlock inside of us if we focused on us? Could you imagine? No, you can't, because it's impossible. It's impossible to appreciate what we'd be able to unlock if we focused on us.
Through this investigation, we learned the group allegedly planned to carry out a mass casualty attack involving the use of drones, armed with explosives and firearms meant to shoot people fleeing in the crowds.
Just remember, in the anti-white narrative, it's the right-wing, racist white people, etc., all this anti-whiteism, and this is what everybody lives by. It doesn't matter how many times these people, these anti-whites are caught engaging in anti-white terrorism. You won't call it anti-white terrorism because you're a dumb motherfucker. And so as a consequence, they will continue to carry out the anti-white terrorism, and everyone will continue to believe, as a consequence of the anti-white narrative, that all of the terrorism, the data be damned, is on the right side of the spectrum, done by white terrorists. You can thank the Trump administration for that.
What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? You guys want to help me with a quick promo? Jabaloon or Jabalone? Jabaloon. You're watching the Jabaloon show. Oh yeah, you guys big fans of the show? Yes, sir. Oh, fuck yeah. Hey, you guys, we just ran into some huge fans. You're watching the Jabaloon show, number 1 place for white supremacist content in Detroit. Right fan for more areas. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Guys.
Look at the guys. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Absolutely not. We did not. My guy's a friend. My friend. Don't get up.
You will never find a group of white people or a white person and pull this gag here and have them say, yeah, that's great. They are more disgusted than when this Jabaloon guy says the number 1 site for fetish gay porn. They're more insulted when it's white supremacy. Take a look at this. I want to hear again from all the anti-non-whites out there that over the years have continued to tell me how much better the Asians are. Come on, let me hear from you again. All the anti-non-white garbage out there. You know, probably so many of the anti-non-white garbage, since they've got baby dicks and they see Asian women are little, they think, well, that should work. That should pair well. That should pair well. So they always come to me. Asians, it's the best. We could have Asians. Well, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu proposed a 15% cut in veteran services, and today she held a Somali flag raising ceremony at City Hall, taking down our veterans and propping up our invaders. She is a traitor. She's an anti-white terrorist. So let me hear again about how the Asians are fine. Anti-whites are not fine ever, period. But see, that's what happens when you get focused on other groups of people instead of our own. I don't have to decide what is a good Asian or what's a bad Asian or what's a good black or what's a bad black, because they'll decide for me. Are they going to be anti-white? Oh, take a look at Jeff Metcalf. This is Austin's dad here. Remember I told you the watermelon felon thing was a song? He didn't make it up.
Well, it looks like I have a cease and desist order for the watermelon felon. It says there is lyrics to the song. And this is what's funny. It's not even written from an attorney, but from Cityside Records.
By the way, who said that in the live chat about, Michelle Wu is a Chinese spy mayor. You look at Mitch McConnell's wife is a Chinese woman, billionaire, and she's in China right now while he's dead in the hospital. So if we had a white positivity, if we had if we focused on ourselves, then something like a Mitch McConnell with an Asian spy wife wouldn't even be conceivable. The Chinese would have to try to subvert a white woman to marry somebody, and think about how much harder that would be.
So this is what I think about the cease and desist that has been sent to me. And as you can see,
so he doesn't care about the cease and desist for watermelon felon. He should just use the lexicon and do right by his son. Now, this is a great example of what we are missing out on in our lives, and indeed in the history of all of mankind. Something we're all missing out on because of anti-whiteism, because we're not focused on ourselves, because so many white people who care about whites or who claim to focus on non-white races instead.
You hear about NASA saying this?
A year ago, we thought we found
what we believe to be signs of microbial life on the Mars surface. And so we put it out to our scientific friends to pressure test it, to analyze it, and go, did we get this right? Do we think this is signs of ancient life on Mars? And after a year of review, they've come back and they said, listen, we can't find another explanation. So this very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
Essentially, okay, so understand what we're missing out on. This is verified alien life, verified life on another world. There should be a gravity and a hush that comes over all of planet Earth. The president should bring together the leaders of all of the developed nations, and there should be an announcement that humanity is not alone in the cosmos. And this evidence should be submitted to the global population. This should be something that goes down as one of the most important discoveries, thanks to Western kind. But none of it is being discussed. Nobody cares because of anti-whiteism. We did this. We identified the white race, ladies and gentlemen, the white race, Western kind, identified and proof of alien life on another world. Do you appreciate? I mean, forget about all of the ignorant claims of anuses being probed by flying dishes in the sky and all of that. All of that is, you can speculate all you want about advanced alien civilizations and living in the oceans and living in the skies and hiding behind comments, and all of that is disputable. All of that is maybe yes, maybe no. None of it is provable fact. All the videos of fighter jets following little cylinders or little orbs and all of this kind of stuff, all of that is debatable about what's actually there. All of that can be faked. The white man has gone to another world in our solar system and has found proof of life, alien life on another world. It's astounding to me that the world does not stop on its axis. And everyone take note that we are not alone in the cosmos. We are not alone in the universe. There is proof of alien life on another world, and it was provided by the white man, Western kind. Westmen doing what we do. We should celebrate this. We should pick a day during the year. Just like we should celebrate Neil Armstrong's, it was one step for Western kind, one giant leap for mankind. When he first set his foot on another world, we did that. And now we have proven that we are not alone as a species in the cosmos. This is the kind of thing that we should be thinking about. This is the kind of thing that we should be getting grave about. They have taken everything from us. Everything. And people want to talk about whether or not a particular producer is Jewish or not. Fuck you to hell with that. What a colossal distance the white race has fallen. What a we are, so much of the white race is abject misfits of what we should be, what we were meant to be. Proving that we are not alone in the cosmos, and nobody cares. They want to show up for this fucking freak, Jake Monroe. That's where they want to show up and talk about. That's where they want to throw the $500 donations at one right after the other. Do you think so many of these abject idiots on the quote unquote right wing, You know, they love to laud a particular political party in Germany. What do you think they'd be talking about with the discovery of human life? What if they were behind finding it? What if that particular country and that particular party, you think they would be ignoring it? You think they would keep talking about the nobodies and nothings? Evidence that everything has been robbed from us. This is now treated as what do you mean? I mean, I got Star Trek. What do you mean microbial life, alien life on another world? Don't care. Unless it's got a red light that bounces back and forth from left to right. Well, I don't care. No, this is real, you absolute tarred bitches. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Yeah. I do know this. A friend's grandfather was bitten by one of these things and had to have 3 weeks of penicillin shots.
Tengo una chica que me gusta, que me encanta, que me atrapa, me fascina porque es una vampiresa. Tengo una chica que me gusta, que me encanta, que me atrapa, me fascina porque es una vampiresa. Y que me para hasta la respiración. Cuando me toca, me acaricia o me ve. Tengo una chica que me gusta.
All right. Oh boy. And all of the anti-Jews that demanded that I follow Candace Owens and that Candace Owens be our speaker, just like they did when it came to the rapper, the anti-white rapper. They all rolled out and they said, she's got to speak for us. Remember when she went before Congress? Yes, again, another clip of this dumb anti-white black female unable to even speak the English fucking language. So just know who you are. Anti-non-whites. You are the dumbest, lowest class garbage of the white race.
Okay, Candace, full disclosure, I'm only here because you're the only studio in New York that has air conditioning. I
didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to
Extrapolate.
conclusions.
No, it's extrapolate. Extrapolate, yeah.
Oh, well, what we can extrapolate from...
Do you really think it's pronounced extrapolate?
They then tried to extrapolate that error to mean that...
Extrapolate.
But Xavier Poussard, in his book, Becoming Brigitte, is unequivocal.
Unequivocal? Are you trying to say unequivocal? It doesn't even make sense in that context.
Wouldn't be on the brink of my seat.
Like you were on the edge of your seat. I'm on the brink of a mental breakdown.
Look, the short and the thick of it is...
It is the long and the short of it. The long and the short of it is you don't know the English language. That's the long and the short of it.
You're left to assume that it had been made in the umpteenth hour.
You mean to say is the 11th hour. You mean the 11th hour. For the umpteenth time, you mean to say the 11th hour.
These are the people who you need to stay away with.
People you need to stay away with? Stay away from?
Completely exacerbated every effort.
Wait a second. It's been you all along.
It's me, Joe Biden, and Chocolate Face. How about that?
Hey, I really, you all should really, if you are anti-non-white and you know who you are, demanding that that Candace Owens be speak for the white race and insulted me, attacked me for challenging that, for saying absolutely not some black female. Absolutely. You hate yourself, get drunk and test your balance on your roof. My wife, it says here, I think I pulled a leg muscle. Me. Let me take a look. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Wouldn't it be cool, guys, to have one of these in the house?
La tengo visual. Montres.
Oh my God, that is so awesome. Look at this garbage. This infuriates me. This female here, this little cupcake, me 5 years ago using my engineering degree to earn money. Her engineering degree. Me now making use of my body for money. So everybody is not thinking about, especially the anti-non-whites, the white guys who didn't get into university to study engineering because it was given to this bitch who immediately went on to be an OnlyFans whore. What happened to those guys? They didn't get to be engineers. What happened to those guys who were turned away so that a female, rather than a white male, could get educated to be an engineer? What about those white guys? What did they end up doing? Was their heart set on being an engineer? Were they going to be the next engineer to make the next new discovery for Western civilization and therefore Western kind? Were they going to have families? Are they going to have families now? Are they ill-suited for the studies and professions that they ended up in because they couldn't be the engineer? What about the companies? What about the cost to the community when our universities are full of little split-tail bitches like this that are benefiting at the discrimination, persecution, exploitation of white males? What happens for the community when our schools are full of these little split-tails who can't cut it, but who end up being given a grade, who end up having to pass, who end up having to be hired by engineering firms, only to then quit because they can't cut it so they can go on to be a whore? What happens for the rest of us when those engineering companies are not able to produce top-notch equipment because their engineers are substandard and they have to hire them because that's the anti-white social morality of the West? And when their engineers quit to go be OnlyFans whores. The same thing, ladies and gentlemen, happens with all of these other professions where there is long training, doctors, dentists, etc. You have all of these white males discriminated against who then have to go be what? Grocery store managers? Who then have to go be what? Fast food restaurant managers instead of our engineers, instead of our doctors? Who end up in some middle management, browbeaten, miserable shit job somewhere that they are beyond qualified for, and therefore they hate every day of their lives? What does that do for the family? If they get to have a family, what does that do for the relationships in the family? When the guy can't do what he was cut out to do, that he had the latent potential to do. What happens, the cost to the white race, when the white females, instead of being home with the white man getting the engineering job, making the big money, able to afford to pay for a family, able to pay for this woman's food expenses, living expenses, car, etc. What happens when she's not able to be home and having white babies to be future engineers, future neurosurgeons, but instead she got the spot at university just so she could end up being passed even if she didn't deserve it, and then hired even if she didn't deserve it, only to then quit and leaving the employer with their head spinning, wondering where do we find another female who's going to quit on us so that she could go and sell her body on OnlyFans. Nobody else is thinking about that. They're just thinking some anti-non-white or some conservative abstractionizing bullshit. They're going to look at this and say, we need Jesus. If Jesus would have helped this, Jesus would have stopped this before it got started. No, the good Lord works through us or not at all. Take a look at this absolute aerial phenomenon. Mid-flight scratching its nose, and crow rolls in, and the raven, it's saying, it looks more like a crow. And then is this a peregrine falcon? Rolls over. Totally badass. I was on a boat, speedboat, and I saw a bald eagle, a gigantic bald eagle, flying not more than 10 feet above the surface of the river. And two ospreys were vexing it to run it off. Ospreys are a big bird, but compared to a giant bald eagle, they don't look very big at all. Osprey flew in to like claw or push the back of the bald eagle. The bald eagle rolled over just like that and maybe descended about 6 feet, flew upside down, and reached out its giant yellow talons to grab a hold of that osprey, just missed. And the osprey took off. Then the bald eagle rolled back over and kept flying over the surface of the river. It was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. A guy thing, of course. And here's another guy thing, a bunch of white guys together, and they say, well, look at there, Bob, there's a black bear getting into the trash can. I got an idea. How about you run up there and slap it on the ass? Got to turn that music off. I'm sure they'll kick me off. Here he goes. And his buddies are filming the stunt. Oh, he hit the bear right on the ass. When we get together, things happen. Take a look at this anti-white, estrogen-filled white male here on the left. Oh! Yes. As soon as this, I guess he's a Christian guy, they're teaching the gospel out on the street, turns his head, this little anti-white white guy, POS, went to punch him in the face. And this older white guy saw it coming 100 miles away and reached out and caught his fist mid-punch. Based, real. Truth bomb. Trump was indicted for pressuring Georgia, quote unquote, to investigate the election integrity in the state. 5 years later, Georgia admits they illegally certified 315,000 ballots in the 2020 election, handing Biden a win by 11,779 votes. When are people going to get executed? You know, they probably would if the Trump regime could have their way. But there are too many taboo grifters undermining the Trump regime because he does anything for a group of people who gave him over $200 million to win the election. This is a really sad, how to get a girl portrayed. This is how to not do propaganda. This is how to not do a narrative, ladies and gentlemen. How to get a Christian girlfriend, according to Christians. The only movie more cringe than this, of course, is Citizen Vigilante.
This is how you get a girlfriend according to a Christian movie. Step 1, God's gonna tell you to marry a girl way out of your league.
I think God just told me I was gonna marry that girl.
Step 2, have the weakest chin in the game. Step 3 is to tell everything to your friend who sounds like he's still recovering from a traumatic brain injury.
Well, I guess it isn't so crazy. I mean, I heard stories of other guys saying God told them who they were supposed to marry.
Now, this is where things get a little tricky. She's probably gonna need to get mugged.
Can I borrow some change?
Oh, some change? Yeah, I think I have some. Look right here.
Come here.
Dude! Let her go! Okay, great. Now here's your chance to swoop in and save her by using the power of Jesus Christ.
What are you going to do?
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
So this is going to cause your attacker to throw down his weapon and split away. This works every single time, guys.
Are you okay, Caitlin?
I thought I was dead.
Does that mean you're okay?
And don't forget to rizz her up.
Does that mean you're okay?
A little.
Do you mind if I hug you?
Hug your little heart out.
Oh, and bonus points if you have your brain dead friend. Mention how Christian you are.
You're a Christian.
No, he isn't a Christian. He's a super Christian.
Hit that follow for more.
I swear. But I mean, Citizen Vigilante made me laugh even harder with the cringe. In fact, as I said, Citizen Vigilante made me cringe so hard my ass ate my perineum. Oh my goodness, this is freaking hilarious.
Hey, are you Mark?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on?
Going good.
Now, Mark in the back seat here hears something coming from the trunk. You'll know as soon as he does.
Going to the boat?
Yes, sir.
I think that's the best way. Hold on, if there's no construction down here. They're coming crazy. Yeah. When it comes to I'm sorry, am I singing?
No, do you hear that?
It's a Charlie Reese. It's a new artist.
Hey, man, something's going on back here.
What?
I'm sorry?
Something's going on back there.
Oh, that knocking?
Yeah.
Wheel bearing.
Wheel bearing.
Yeah, I thought it was a catalytic converter. There was a
The guy in the back's like, wheel bearing. I've heard him knock, but not scream.
So it was a wheel bearing. I tell you what, man, just time, money, trying to get everything,
Oh, that guy's funny. Hey, hypnosis AI prank gone wrong.
You're bullshit, man. What you doing, man?
Is your chain?
What you doing?
Just look at it.
Sir,
One
what are
second.
you doing?
Just look at it for 1 second.
Sir.
Some guy walking around here with a gold chain. He's like trying to hypnotize people. Have you seen anyone?
Oh, he ain't motherfucking hypnotized me.
Yeah, yes, he did. He's doing it to everybody right now. He did it to like 10 other people. So I know it sounds crazy, but he does like this ritual with the black magic with the chain, and he wipes your memory so you don't remember. He wiped your memory, sir.
Man, ain't nobody hypnotized me, man.
You see how? So some lady sent the video to us. She was following him around and recording it.
Oh, you got me fucked up, man. Let me see that motherfucking shit again. Man, what the fuck?
Oh my God, that's funny as hell. Hey, take a look at this guy. Hey, all the white losers out there that want to tell me again how Russians aren't white. Because here's a Russian guy. He's definitely white. Andrei Smyev.
Bro's gonna be Hulk. I hate to break it to you, but I think he's already reached that level. This is Andrei Smyev. He is 27 years old, 6'2", 352 pounds, and can do a freaking front lever. He can also bench press 290 kilograms for reps. That is 638 pounds. He's not even a power lifter. You guys realize bench pressing anything over 600 pounds is nearly impossible. Most elite powerlifters will never bench press over 600 pounds. Andrei Smyev does it for fun. He doesn't work out for any kind of competitions. He legitimately just enjoys working out. Not only is he great at
Watch this. Watch this.
Aesthetics. Beyond strong, he's also incredibly athletic. Look at him jumping. Someone who weighs over 350 pounds should not be able to move the way Andrei Smyev moves, and yet here he is, jumping gracefully. To think that Andrei Smyev is improving almost every month is crazy. At this rate, he might eventually catch up to Dylan Snyder. Bro.
Yep, he's definitely a white man. And finally, we have this, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you got dogs that like to catch a frisbee. They like the game. And then there are dogs who are the game. This is how we have to be locked and loaded. Yeah, baby. Yeah, look at that. Locked in. Let's rock.
I see the world through a broken lens, any white lies in every defense. But they tell me I'm born with a guilty soul, but deep down I know there's a truth they stole. They stole. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness I'll fight for the light. New pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find. But I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let their lies be my living hell. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. my mind. They try to twist the truth I find. But I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let the lies be my living hell. They wanna break me, make me feel small, but I'll rise above, I'll tear down their wall with the...
We have the DACA migrant charged for firebombing churches. Abdul Al-Sayed thinks that we should pay for everybody's health insurance. And we have the Smithsonian coming up and so much more, including your Perspicacious Comments. Give it up for Thoughts and this epic piece of music.
Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. So I'll keep on fighting through the pain and the night. For the well-being of our people, for what's right. Going free, I'll rise, I'll reclaim. In the ashes, we'll reignite the flame.
Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Perspicacious Comments. We got a few Perspicacious Comments here we're going to get to first, and then we're going to get into the firebombing of churches. Will writes here, go free is the only way forward. Language controls our minds. Our minds control our bodies. It's deep, but very straightforward. Let's give it up for Will, ladies and gentlemen. Big quadruple 07s. Quadruple 07's Lambda says that his heart was set on being an engineer and it didn't work out. His uncle and grandfather were great with machines, so he probably would have been a damn good engineer. I bet you would have, brother. Anti-whiteism robbed it of you in various ways, I'm sure. Let's hear it now for Bulldog Ballres, writes at 2 hours, 50 minutes, 40 seconds. Jason has discovered the key and recipe to end the victimization of our people. The key equals becoming a people. The recipe to becoming a people equals 1, don't complain about other races. Instead, call out anti-whites regardless what race they are from. 2, shine a light on the anti-whites, exposing them for their for the evil they are, with the emphasis on how they victimize our people. 3, the emphasis needs to be on the victimization of our people. That alone will naturally build a people out of our deracinated race. At 2 hours, 55 and 15, quote, I know that if I and my people come together, there is nothing that any of them can do to us, close quote. A quote from me. Another one is, quote, they have no power over us if we come together and object to our victimization, close quote. And another quote, if you object to the presence of Jays, you're just going to continue losing. If you object to the victimization of our people, you have a chance to win with this, close quote. Let's hear it for Bulldog Boris 07s, quadruple 07s, ladies and gentlemen. We got Eagle Heart is in the Perspicacious Comments this week. He says, I respect many of the PF-related people. I also respect Jason. Maybe I'm a jerk, but I don't like Tom Rousseau's hat, beard, and aesthetics. He doesn't sound or look like a leader. Jason fits the bill, says Eagle Heart. God bless you. Yes, sir. Thank you. It continues here. Jason has done good work. Even if you don't agree with him on everything, you can't deny his book, Crucible, is a magnificent book. Thank you for that. And finally, Eagle Heart wraps up with this. He says, some of the best days of PWR had Jason and Patrick on. Jason would just go off on anti-whiteism. I remember he would get along with most of the guests. These were the classic PWR days. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Eagle Heart. Thank you so much, good brother. Thank you. Thank you. I'm also much taller. I'm also much taller, but which can be relevant. We have Paul here. Only men get to hear from the voice of God. Epic, Jason. Epic. God bless you, Paul. Big salutes, 07. Let's hear some raucous emojis for Paul. And finally, rounding out our Perspicacious Comments today, we've got Joe chiming in. I was watching the Vox news media coverage on and off on the 4th, and it was horribly, disgustingly, mind-numbingly anti-white. Every other reporter was non-white. Every other interviewee was non-white, and non-whites were interviewed for much longer. Hell, they even had MLK's niece come on and say, quote, his dream was rooted in the American dream. I wanted to throw up. I was swashing almost nonstop on my family. Totally epic, brother, totally epic. Something that nobody else does in any of these other, all of those thousands watching Jake Moron not doing with their families. He says they all love to talk politics and are hardcore conservatives. I feel that I acquitted myself quite well. I'm sure you did. I was able to use the lexicon and dialectics to great effect. One of my cousins-in-law is actually in government. And one of my uncles is a bigwig in a major company. I'm not going to say what he shared here, but keep a little bit of privacy. The uncle was particularly intrigued by the concepts. Here's hoping they take them to the boardroom. Yes, absolutely. And Joe finishes with this as we salute this guy. He says, quote, bitch slapped is the exact way I felt the first time I watched a clip of you and you pointed at the camera and told me it was my fault. My conscious mind protested, but I knew deep down it was my fault. I've been going free ever since. That's a man talking right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's a white man of the West. Quadruple 07s, Perspicacious Comments here for Joe and so many others, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Perspicacious. Remember to tag me as @no white guilt as we get into our items here today. As you can see, we have Maximilian von Fock with us. So who is behind the firebombing, you might ask? A DACA migrant. So an anti-white, look at this anti-white terrorist. Look at this anti-white, south of the border terrorist. Charged for firebombing churches and businesses in New York City. A migrant from Guyana who was a deferred action for childhood. A dreamer, a DACA recipient, has been arrested in Queens for attempting to firebomb several area churches and businesses. The anti-white terrorist, whose name is a mess of letters from the alphabet, faced charges in court on Thursday after being arrested for the firebombing of a Brooklyn smoke shop. A police report says that Sarange confessed to the attack and told them, yes, I effing firebombed them. They're Muslim, he said. Scum and terrorists. Oh, is that what it's all about? Is that really what it is? This mentally deranged? Is he just a warrior as he firebombs churches? This is what happens when you take these people in. This is what happens when you tolerate their biospirit. This is what happens when you tolerate their insanity and inanity. And how are they being tolerated? Because there is anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative and the anti-white immoral imperative as the social morality. And why is that? How does that exist? Because we don't have a people. And we don't have a people because all of the strategies heretofore go free failed to deliver us to peoplehood. And yet here I am now for the whole 115 or so of you. Here I am so that we can recapture our destiny. Sarange was behind Molotov cocktail attacks on 7 churches. Investigators say he threw Molotovs at, and then they're naming a bunch of the locations. Police also note that when he was arrested, Sarange had 2 Molotov devices in his possession. When asked about the incendiary devices, he reportedly replied, I had 2 more in my bag. I was going to finish the job. Just immediate execution. is what needs to happen. Immediate execution. That's the white man's norm. Healthy white people hear me say that and they say, yes, obviously, immediately execute this guy. He can't function in society. He's an enemy of our people. He is an enemy of our biospiritual religious expression as manifested through Christianity. Now, he doesn't know. He would be much more happier with Christianity if he knew what was actually being taught in the anti-white churches. But they represent a source in his mind and in the minds of anti-whites of strength for the white race. And so therefore it has to be attacked. He came from the South American nation nearly 2 decades ago and was first allowed residency under Deferred Action for Childhood, DACA. Those protections lapsed when he aged out of the program. But of course, he's not rounded up and summarily catapulted back to where he came from. High Speed Drifter is here. Great to see you. Cool Papa J, Magic, and Sean are both here. Champions Barbecues is here. Good to see you. Hello and welcome. Promethean Kitchen is in the house. Haven't seen you in a while. Zizor is here. Welcome, welcome. Remember to tag me as @ No White Guilt. The great, the one and only Ivan Zehabable is with us. Great to see you, champion. Tagging me as @ No White Guilt. Nothing touching it. No spaces. The dog frisbee video reminds me of my dog, it says Juliet. And my dog and I, what with ball, not a frisbee. If dogs got tattoos, hers would be life is ball, ball is life. Yeah, a lot of dogs, they love the ball, the stick, the branch. Beyond the ether, hello and welcome to you. Good to see you. So this is what happens across the West. And the only way to address this is to become a people. And then we can look at such individuals. And by the way, when you have a people, you can then attempt to step before that people and make a case about different things in the world, people groups, religions, etc., that could be harmful to the well-being of our people. Without a people, there's nobody to make the case to, for it to be evaluated by. When you don't have a people, I try to explain this as simply as I can for the vegetables in the white race, of which there are so many. Try to explain this to them, that when you don't have a people, when you go to the white race and you say this religion or this group of people or whatever it might be is a threat, they're bad and they're a threat. What happens is white people say, all right, how can I get out of their way? Or how can I go work for them? Or how can I convince them that I'm no threat to them and that they should leave me alone? How can I disavow my people's creations and say it belongs to someone else? Imagine going all the way back, talking about disavowing our creations, our works. Imagine going back to 1950, William F. Buckley, and the start of the conservative disease in the body of the white race. And you have this country, which is roughly 90% white, and they are telling the non-whites in the country, none of this is ours, it belongs to all of you. Imagine how dumb that strategy was from the beginning. Really remarkable. What do we have over here on Premium Rumble? GG is here. Anti-whites is the problem. You need to stop focusing on Jews. You need to stop. Seriously, you need to stop. It doesn't create a people out of our race. You're wasting your time. And other people are being paid to make those arguments and to focus on Jews. So if you're not being paid, then you're really chumping yourself. I worked with the man who did the research on the Frankfurt School. So that everybody cites in those circles. So no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It will never work. Spartan is with us. Hello to you. Of course, masses of a modernized general public will think you are too aggressive. They have become lazy, Netflix watching, effeminate, and lobotomized with white guilt. Precisely, which is why they don't all have to be here in these Church of the West spaces, in these streams. They just need to be exposed to the concepts, as many as possible, and maybe that's only going to be 3 or 4 of them or whatever from the 6 key concepts. But that's all they need to begin headed in the right direction. And we've demonstrated that they will pick up and use, and so will our victimizers, the lexicon. Created for your lies is here. Who else do we have over here? Giuseppe is here, first one. 07's good to see you, brother. Orange Skyscraper. I wonder if you have seen the recent 162-page report from the White House about the Smithsonian. Well, we're going to be talking about it in just a moment. It mentions anti-white many times. Yes, exactly. And you are welcome, world. You are welcome. You go back and listen. You go back and read. You go back and look at everything that was done in the white resentment sphere that I used to consider the white sympathetic sphere. And anti-white was almost never used. Almost never. It was ridiculed and mocked. And then years after I started using it, a group of people started using anti-white as part of a slogan. That was it. Not the whole rest of my lexicon. They were attacked. I defended them because anti-white was something I was pushing. They ended up disappearing and not achieving anything in the usage of the news. People weren't using it. President wasn't using it, all of that. But we kept marching along. Anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, hush crime, on. We could go on and on. White labeling, white pixelating, on and on and on and on. We've done it all. And and now you have the White House, because of me, because of this community, is saying anti-white. You have the White House and the Trump regime using in its foreign policy papers just months ago the civilizational erasure. That's from white erasure. All of this is being taken up from the work that we've done here. So yeah, I saw that. We're celebrating that big time because that is the work of this community. That is the pushing week after week after week and sharing the receipts week after week after week. The conversation about our victimization has and is changing because of me, because of this community, because of the sacrifices. It's definitely not the popularity that we're doing it. It's definitely not the money. Nobody here is dumping 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. Nobody here is dumping how many in that one go did Fuentes get? 160,000, 260,000 or whatever it was in the one go. Nobody, nothing like that. Nobody, not even a fraction. Working class people giving their hard-earned dollars here and there just to keep the platforms running that we have to pay for. So this is all for our people. This is all out of love. This is a charity born out of our love, hope, and redemption for Western kind. And yes, anti-white is in that document about what the Smithsonian is doing to us because of me, because of this community. Period. Thank you for pointing that out. Got some financial gifts over there that we'll get back to. Spartan over there saying Trump for prison. Totally disagree. What are you even talking about? Trump for prison? Look at all the positive stuff he's doing for the white race. Look at that document right there from the Trump White House. What in the fuck is wrong with you? You would rather see Jews get hurt than white people be protected from harm. That's the issue. You need to fix your shit. The fuck are you even talking about? Trump for prison? Now you got it all wrong, as is typical with so many in the white resentment sphere. All you care about is that Trump's doing anything for Jews. Jews gave him over $200 million. You would suck dick for 200. Fucking loser. Get the fuck out of here. We put the white race first. Triggering anti-white scum is here. Good to see you. Triggering anti-white scum. Laughing about what I wrote to that boomer anti-white female who she didn't care about any of us. So typical of conservatives. So typical. She's like, I'm fine. Who cares if you're hurt, if you're injured because you're white? You still shouldn't care about your people. You should be a selfish, individualistic pig like me. That's what that fat bitch wrote. That's what she wrote. Hope she gets ovarian cancer. How about that, bitch? Selfish individual. Then you will see how fine you are. I bet you'll go to the medical industry for all the white man's creations to save your fat, ugly ass. Once you get older, you'll understand that you should really not care about the white race. Me and my white kids are fine. I can't imagine anything more disgusting. And you know what, fat white bitch? No Jewish woman would talk like that because they're obviously better than you. No black woman would talk like that. No black woman would say to black people, who cares what happens to you? I'm fine. Only the white race. And that's why we have so few people. Because here we demand focus on our people. Here we demand loyalty to our people. Here we order you to do the right thing by our people. We don't ask. We don't suggest. We demand. And instead, they would just want to resent everybody else. Or they want to play like this conservative boomer bitch showing up to say, well, I bet you're childless and you're chronically unemployed. You're miserable. Your life sucks because of all of this, but my life is fine. So you should be fine with it. Fat fucking bitch. You absolutely know she has cankles that are like that big around. You absolutely know it. She's driving around a fucking hover round. But he's laughing. He says, quoting me, bottom line, you're ugly. Yes. Yes, so true. And by the way, she never wrote back after that because I guarantee you that response traumatized her. Everything I wrote in there, the moment I said everything she was saying reeked of female insecurities and then ran through a bunch of them, that burned her too bad to continue to have another interaction. All right, let us continue. Here, remember tagging me as at no white guilt. At symbol, no white guilt. Damn right, Jason. Writes Orange Skyscraper. I was so excited when I read that report and saw anti-white in there so many times. I knew it was because of you and this community big win. It is a colossal win. Absolutely. It is a colossal win. And the phone's not ringing from all the resentment sphere garbage. The phone's not ringing at all. None of them calling to celebrate. None of them calling to demand interviews. None of them calling to say the entirety of this Go Free community has done it. They're changing the conversation about our victimization. It's like I said before. People can go out there, and plenty of them are celebrating Thomas Rousseau and Patriot Front and those guys marching. And the reality is, how they are received is a consequence of our work, not a consequence of theirs. Don't ever forget that. When white people, as a consequence of our work, believe, using these concepts, that white people have a legitimate grievance, then a group of white guys marching will be seen as acceptable, understandable. If we are not successful and things continue to just get worse and worse on the social, moral battlefield, if things just get worse and worse, then as I said earlier, it'll eventually be okay to just kill them while they're marching. There ain't no amount of marching that's going to change that conversation. Will there be any gratitude? Fuck no. Blacks, Hispanics, or Jews would never talk to their brothers or sisters like that boomer conservative because they have a people. Precisely. Very well put, Lambda. Our man is here. Great to see you, brother. First Les says he used to drop $500 bills. I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you were here earlier, that Edward Scissor Grift, we got a video of him that Franklin captured where he was talking about all these $500 donations pouring in. And it was so many and so fast that he thought it was chargebacks and people were just messing with him. And then after the show, we went and looked, and nope, they were all processed financial gifts. To paint yourself up like that and to be anti-non-white, and that's what he's getting, to have an entire body covered in tattoos. This is the exact opposite. You know what they would do? All these people who praise this scissor grift and they head to the cemetery looking for strength from the Third Reich, they would chop his head off. They would literally cut his head off. Chattistan is with us. Good to see you. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Chattistan says, circa 3,000 history, Western kind of every stripe longed for his leadership, and he reflected them within his blood, every blend of the West. He is General, is that Jasonus, the reformer of Rome? Ah, yes. Yes. Promethean Kitchen says, Jason, you're definitely right. After all, just look what happened to Canada and other countries that are further along down the anti-white rabbit hole. Yep, you're absolutely right, brother. All right. Abdul El Sayed. Medicare for all will end white privilege, the meme pathogen. So your inheritance, your work, your sacrifice, your toil, this notion that you're getting something for nothing, which you're not allowed to say about non-white people when they do get something for nothing at our expense. They do get into the engineering school, like the little cupcake who decided to then, after working briefly as an engineer, to go be an OnlyFans whore, which is probably where she just should have started out. All of these non-whites that wouldn't have gotten into medical school if it weren't for keeping white males out. They do get something for nothing, but you're not allowed to, in the anti-white social morality, that is considered immoral, heretical, to anti-whiteism to point out how they got a seat, they got a job, they got a promotion, they got a government contract because they were excluding white males. But you absolutely, in the social morality of anti-whiteism, can assert that white people have gotten something without another. We build a country. Our parents build a country. Just for example, the parents build a country. The parents build a town. And then the children born to them got something for nothing. That's the argument that anti-whites are actually making. They have no claim to anything that their parents or grandparents or ancestors have ever done. Wrong, anti-white POS. This motherfucker is running for office in the United States. He's allowed. Look at this piece of shit. This motherfucker should be in a camel race. This is the only place I should see him. Winning a camel race in the Middle East. Instead, he's in my country, in Western civilization, saying that I and all of you have to give away free, and nothing is free. We have to enslave healthcare practitioners and healthcare companies and etc. We have to enslave them to force them to give health treatment, health care in various ways to everyone. So let's see. Far left, Muslim, so anti-white, that's all that matters. I don't care that he considers himself on the left. I don't care that he practices. I don't care what religion he practices. Martian, don't care. All that I care about is that he's anti-white. Because I'm what matter. I am what matters. My people are what matters. Senate candidate Abdul El-Saud argued that black and Arab, so do you see how he takes the most angelized group, even an abject vegetable like this guy can see, I know the angelized group, and I got to use them to catalyze everything else, every other non-white group. So he's Arab, use the angelized black race to catalyze all of the same anti-white benefits to go to him and his people. Are routinely treated differently in the healthcare system. They're treated differently because they get free healthcare. He says they're treated differently because they're more likely to rely on free health, on healthcare paid by white people. He's literally making this argument. So we've talked about this before when it comes to anti-whiteism in healthcare, haven't we? We are right, and everybody else is wrong. The reality of it. Equity in healthcare. No white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. Equity in healthcare. Anti-whiteism in healthcare. No white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person. So his argument makes perfect sense inside the anti-white narrative. If you argue with him there, you lose. So it's a problem, he says, that they have to live with healthcare paid for by the white race, while white people can pay for their own healthcare as well. White people are forced to pay for these non-whites and everything else under the sun healthcare. And some white people tossed in the garbage. And then white people are allowed to pay for their own healthcare as well. That should not be allowed, according to this anti-white piece of shit. Speaking in support of Medicare for all, El-Saud said the current reimbursement system effectively places lower value on care for minority patients, non-white patients, pointing to black. Do you remember when everything was minority? Nobody repeated Jason back in the day. Everything was minority. Now, increasingly, everywhere you see non-white, even from anti-whites. You are welcome. You're welcome, Patriot Front, if you ever want to show some gratitude. You're welcome, Patriot Front supporters, if you ever want to show some gratitude to changing the language on planet Earth about our victimization. You're welcome. He says, right now in our country, the vast majority of people of color, remember that's what they were always called as well, are funded on government health insurance programs that do not reimburse at the same level of private healthcare insurance. El Saud said. So basically are saying that in our country, care provided for a black child, for example, catalyzing the angelized group to benefit my group, is reimbursed at nearly half the rate of the white child, lowercase w. We're basically valuing that child's body differently. You're getting something for nothing. And I think we should take your anti-white brown ass, put it in a trebuchet, and fire it the fuck across the Atlantic Ocean. We'll see how far you fly. That's what I think should happen to people like you. Let's keep going because we got the Smithsonian to get into. And what has Jason so this, I mean, we could talk on and on and on about this. We only have 130 people here. So, and we haven't even gone to break yet. So I think we'll just speed it along here. Once again, I'm right about everything. This, how did we get to Saud when you have all of these dipshits over here talking about it's the Jews? How did we get, I mean, you've been saying it's the Jews since you and your dumbass father that should have left it on your mother's belly. A great example, your parents, that two wrongs don't make a right. And your dumbass grandfather and your dumbass grandfather before that and your dumbass grandfather before that. Oh, it's the Jews. And now the country is full of hardcore anti-whites of all races. And you fucking vegetables are still looking around saying, I bet you I can find a Jew that is in this collection of Hindus. I bet you I can find a Jew. What reductive, ignorant shit. All of you running right after any taboo grifter that comes along to say blacks are bad. Let's mog on the blacks. I mean, how does any person get an audience mogging on blacks? Are you serious? Are you really serious? Nobody in this community would ever think that a white person could say whites are better than blacks, and anybody would show up and applaud that shit. We build Western civilization. Wherever we go. Blacks have never built Western civilization. But just as I argued and have been arguing forever, which is why so many of the academic baby dick losers in the white resentment sphere continue to block me out from my voice being heard, is because we've argued what has turned out to be right every single time. I remember back in the day, so many of these people supporting, endorsing, paying big money for historical revisionists. And the more prominent, the more articulate the historical revisionists, the more they said that was going to change everything. That was going to change. And there have been more than a handful of super prominent historical revisionists, and it did zero, exactly as I said it would. Zero. Every single time. Zero good. Here we are today with Abdul El-Saud running for office, and these people are winning everywhere. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So the history is immaterial. Anti-whites will rewrite it to be anything. I told people for real at meetings in people's houses, at libraries, at conference centers, at hotels. I told people again and again, they will rewrite the entire history of the world to make it anti-white. The white race will have done nothing but been evil. And they all said, no, it can't be done. No, it can't be. No, it can't be done. Well, the Smithsonian, Benjamin Franklin, reduced to a slave owner. Potentially, experimenting with electricity on blacks, and at the same time, potentially having his experiments on things like electricity informed by all the smart blacks around him. That's one step away from saying he stole all of his findings from blacks. But you want to keep arguing abstractions. You want to keep with the focus on non-whites.
Every family's got an attic where you stash the stuff that matters, old photos, keepsakes, and priceless heirlooms that tell the stories of past generations. Well, America's attic is the Smithsonian Museum. And apparently, someone's been up there rewriting what's in all the boxes. The White House dropped a report detailing how the Smithsonian has been hijacked by radical activist ideology. According to the report, if you...
I got a Wolf in the live chat on YouTube saying, it's the Jews. Are you not hearing anything I'm saying? Generations of saying that, and it hasn't created a people out of the white race because it can't. And we need a people if we're going to prevent and defend against anti-whiteism and our victimization. So stop with this reductive and pernicious focus. Even if every Jew were born anti-white, and that's not the case, but even if every Jew were, focusing on them doesn't benefit us. Does that make sense?
walk into this museum today looking for a major exhibit on George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, the Continental Congress, well, you're out of luck. They aren't there. But you can catch Benjamin Franklin as a footnote to slavery.
So there you see, this is Fox News. So it's the deep cuckery. It is the abject, deep cuckery. I guarantee you this guy's got a little cage on between his legs. I treat it like it's a joke, like it's a just risible. It's so risible. Thomas Jefferson been deleted. Washington deleted from the Smithsonian. What's going on? They're silly over there. What a bunch of silly, goofy heads over there. That's a silly, goofy head thing to do. God, white people disgust me. You got these absolute muppets, conservative, soft muppets. And then the other end, you got these low IQ'd vegetables who continue to be anti-non-white in the face of all of the evidence of how destructive that is. In the face of all of the evidence of how constructive it is to be white-centered. Just unbelievable.
With his actual role building the country conveniently left on the cutting room floor.
Oh.
That's not all. The report says the museum swapped out actual historical language for modern activist buzzwords like reparations, decolonization, and systemic intervention, whatever the hell that is.
So, but look at how he immediately adopts the vernacular provided him by the anti-whites. Use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. You legitimize their ideology, you legitimize their narrative and their social morality. Instead of saying they've injected a bunch of anti-white concepts designed to destroy Western kind and Western civilization. Don't repeat that shit. But as a typical cuck with a little cage on, and it's a tiny cage that he's wearing, as a typical cuck, he immediately adopts their vernacular. Immediately using it. So do the anti-non-whites.
In an internal memo responding to Trump's scathing report, the secretary of the Smithsonian Institute says they're just doing their job. Quote, while there will always be room for improvement, this report is not a fair characterization of the work and totality of the National Museum of American History.
So has it worked? Anti-non-white vegetables to talk about things like, well, he's black. Has that worked? Look at where we are today. Go back to 1950. Would your great-grandfather be astonished to find out that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson has been erased from the Smithsonian, white erased from the Smithsonian? Probably so. So you shouldn't keep using that same dumb strategy. I mean, I guess it's in your DNA. It's not in mine, but I guess it's in your DNA. Look, this guy, all that matters about him is that he's anti-white. That's all that matters. Because we are all that matters. I'm really astonished that we've reached a place where there needs to be a man of the West ranting at the white race about something that is natural for every other race of man. I have to yell against vegetabilized and legitimately retarded white people about how we need to be a people. And here are the things you do to be a people. Here's the definition of a people. Here's what we need to do to be a people. And the white race is so corrupted, so dysgenic, so defective that they say, no, I'm going to continue being a selfish individualist. Abstractions and anti-non-white nonsense. That's why they're winning. That's why they're winning. They are your betters, by the way. If you are a white person, just know this, if you're white. If you are white and you don't center our people, you don't talk about our victimization, our victimizers, you don't call anti-whites, you don't focus entirely on us. Know that Black people and Jews and Arabs and mestizos, they are your superiors. They are superior to you. They are winning. They are surviving. They are achieving individual well-being by way of group well-being, at least percentages of their overall populations. So they are superior to you. Maybe that's why you go around all the time trying to make yourself feel better, saying that they are inferior. The reality is they are superior.
This really isn't surprising at all if you know who's running the Smithsonian.
Our new mission statement, empowering people.
No, conservative getting it wrong. This is the same reductionist thinking of it's just somebody in charge. It is the social morality. Every human being in the West has been programmed with it. It needs to be displaced by a white positive morality. That's what we do with Go Free. You fire this guy, you get somebody else, anti-whiteism is still there. You fire that person, anti-whiteism is still there. You fire that person, anti-whiteism is still there.
To create a more just and compassionate future by exploring, preserving, and sharing the complexity of our past. As we all know in this conference, Loving America is very complicated.
I'm here representing the Undocumented Organizing Collection Initiative, but chronicling the past 20 years of people without.
Isn't that interesting? The white guy is in a wheelchair, being helped by a non-white person. This is the presentation across the United Kingdom, like half of the time. If they're going to show a white guy, he's going to be in a wheelchair, and he's helped by a non-white person. This is anti-whiteism. Defend DACA. We just heard from a DACA recipient firebombing white churches.
Citizenship, coming out of the shadows, mobilizing and influencing legislation, and becoming their own political force.
And remember, this isn't some dusty building with old hats and glass cases. It's a massive research machine that writes curriculum for schools nationwide.
Think about that. It writes curriculum for schools across the country.
This is where the lesson plans come from. And listen to the lesson.
If we want to change the biases in our world, we need to face them. Whether we join with our neighbors to paint over symbols of hate, or we come together to peacefully protest police violence, there is a community of allies
That's not a
This is anti-whiteism. We teach you all about it. We teach you how to defeat it. And we have countless examples of defeating it.
museum exhibit. That's the DNC with a gift shop attached. And the media's
It's just the DNC. Bullshit.
running to cover for it. The Times reports, quote, the inside story of the fight for control of Smithsonian underscores how Mr. Trump has tried with varying degrees of success to impose his own view of American history, erase wokeness, influence which...
And the New York Times, of course, is going to refer to the anti-whiteism as wokeness. Put quotes around it to draw it into question. Is it really wokeness? It's just goodness. It's just cherubness.
artists are worthy of exhibits and oust top leaders from the institution. You bet he is. He wants the museum to do its job, preserve American history, instead of rewriting it as with America as the bad guy. Chris Bedford is executive.
The Smithsonian, all of history serves the present for the purpose of the future. The history should be written to empower our people. That's it. That's what its purpose is. To make us feel good about ourselves, to ennoble us, to empower us. Anti-whites are going to come along and say, oh, you just want to ignore the warts. Do anti-whites look at the warts of anti-whiteism? Of course not. They're fucking lying to you. This purpose of the Smithsonian should be to highlight all of the greatness, all of the glory, all of the nobility, all of the heroism, all of the courage of Western kind, all of our creations, all that we've done for the world. How magnificent our people actually are. That's the purpose of it. We built the Smithsonian. We filled it with the information. We filled it with our technology. We filled it with our genius. What other purpose should it serve? Unbelievable.
Editor of Frontier Magazine, and he joins us now. Chris, I can't even begin. I mean, this just blows my mind.
You know, and they used to hide it. I mean, when I was growing up, education, maybe we probably spent a few too many months on the rainforest for whatever reason growing up in Massachusetts. But now it's not hidden at all. If you walk into the Smithsonian, they claim that they're doing their job, but you'll see exhibits about old-fashioned BDSM gear. You'll see
Old-fashioned BDSM gear. I think the person who made that decision should be tried and, if guilty, executed for treason to the country. That is repulsive. Old-fashioned BDSM gear. And this guy's pointing out, like back in his day, the anti-whiteism, which he's not calling out by name, was flew under the radar a little. It didn't fly under the radar. You just didn't have the eyes to see it or the care to concern for it. But you're right. Incrementally, anti-whiteism continues apace, paying anti-non-white content creators and organizations out there to continue to be the leading figures of the resistance, paying for cuck-servatives to be the leading figures of the resistance. Both of them, cucks and anti-non-whites, white resentment sphere, they're both sitting with tiny cages on in the corner watching Western civilization get raped to death.
exhibits about how Mickey Mouse is racist and somehow a relic of minstrel shows. You'll see the founding of the country and 9/11 compared as life-changing, America-changing events on the same level as January 6th, because it's completely and totally an ideology. And it's sad. I see the tourists in my city. They're good, America-loving, patriotic people.
They come from America.
They spend money to come here and spend vacations. They come from real America. They're the most patriotic people in the city, are the tourists visiting in the summer. To spend their money to bring...
Yeah, that's a really sad reality, too. Living beside and working in D.C., working for several years in D.C., all you see are these lily-white, booby-ass, dim-witted white people from all over the country. They're like, I've come to see the Mecca, to see the Mordor on the Potomac, and what they perceive and understand America to be. And they are all getting brainwashed. They're all getting taught to hate the white race. They're all and nobody is there for them. You have the conservatives and the resentment losers. That's it. That's all you got for these poor white people. And I drive, I look at them everywhere and I'm like, look, they're everywhere. Throngs and throngs of these white people from all over the country, and they've got no idea what's going on. They have no idea how to defend themselves. They are trapped in the anti-white narrative, and we can't get the message out. I'll tell you, I've told you all before. I try to hand out lessons as often as possible. I was working in DC. It was like 7,000 degrees. I didn't have air conditioning in my car because I was too poor to have a car with air conditioning in it. And I was sitting at a stoplight on Constitution Avenue, and white people were in their throngs. Every single place you'd look, white people with their children and their large families. They've all journeyed to come see this history now that you have at the Smithsonian. They've all come to see the history. And what happened? I saw these white people were standing on the corner. I was on the right lane on Constitution Avenue. All these throngs of white people, and the sign to cross said, "Don't cross." And the white people dutifully obeyed because it's in their biospirit. It's in their biospirit. This is a rule we have in Western civilization. They've learned, don't cross if it says don't cross, so they don't cross. Well, what comes across from the other side of the street decides to enter the walkway anyhow? A line of black females, biospiritual incompatibility. In their biospirit, they don't got to obey our rules. That's not their rules. And I guarantee you they were all anti-white as all hell. They weren't going to observe the white man's rules, were they? So they had this long line of these fucking gigantic black hippopotamuses. This long line of them. And they were going to be in the way when the light turned green, as is so common in Washington, D.C. Stretched out, not caring at all, head up in the air, scowl on their hideous face, wearing extremely expensive clothing, extremely expensive bags and clothing and jewelry, bedecked in this shit, with the jobs that they get that are given to them because they are denied to white men. That's why. They are the beneficiaries of the persecution and discrimination and exploitation of the white race. So I decide, as these foul creatures are walking across the path, the crosswalk, that I was going to teach a lesson to all these dumbass white boobies who, I guarantee you, if I went over there and started talking about the reality of anti-whiteism, they would all be, scared. They would want Lindsey Graham. Where's Lindsey at? So I decided I was going to teach them all a lesson. Light turned green, and these foul things were still out in the middle of the road, exactly. So it was in a 5-speed. I revved that sucker, that tack all the way up, put it in first, and barked the first gear, and then immediately pressed on the brake. So I wouldn't run into these things, which they would have destroyed my car. I mean, we're talking about like 280 pounds at the lightest of them. Dense fat on these things. Dense fat. Asses like that fucking big. So I barked it, beep, and then immediately on the brake. Well, all these black females dressed up like they were high fashion and superior, and they had their noses up in the air, superior to everybody else. They decided to pull a little bit of their bio-spiritual instinct out for the benefit of those white children and those white adults, because they turned to me after they flinched hard. They thought that car was going to run their ass over with that white guy behind it, and they let loose with MF for this, MF for that, F for white mother, F for everything in front of it. I said, yes, keep going. All these white boobies are learning. All these white kids are learning right now. Let them see more of the white MFer talk that you have for me. So this is what the nation's capital looks like. This is what the Smithsonian looks like.
Bring their kids to show them the museums, to show them where their capital, to to show them what the country ought to be, and they're lied to by this complete and total propaganda, and they're so snooty about it, these propagandists.
Yeah, they really are. So I learned a new word today. It's called problematize. Why are...
Look at this guy. Doesn't he look like your typical cuck conservative strapped to the chair? I learned a new word from them today. Problematize. He won't learn a new word from us, but he will learn new words from anti-whites.
Are these people always making up new words?
Why are these people always making up new words? Because it's in service, because they understand how concepts create the story that you're in. And it's in service to anti-white outcomes. Bitch. They're smart enough to get it. You're just too brain dead to understand.
I think they have to. They're so smart. They're so educated. they know so many things that just aren't so.
Look at this guy, this cuck conservative, saying, thinking he's being witty with this snark here. They're so smart. That's what the perception is, that they're superior to you. That's the perception that they carry, and that's the perception that you just affirmed. Because being snarky like that doesn't take down that affirmation. It never has. When has cuck conservative snarky nonsense succeeded? Here we are, 2026. Has it worked? Oh, they're so smart. But what I really mean is that they're not smart. Oh, but they're so smart. They're so smart.
And they still have to make up these new words and these new phrases and these new frames of thinking, because it doesn't actually work with any of the history that you've ever seen, any of the history that we actually know, any of the things that built this country. You were talking about how the Benjamin Franklin exhibit is devoted to how he had some slaves. There are completely unbacked, unscholarly, unresearched ideas in there, like maybe Benjamin Franklin did electrical experiments on these people. There's zero evidence of that anywhere. In fact, he became a staunch abolitionist later in life.
Look at him measure the morality by the anti-white immoral metric. Nobody else teaching you this. But look at him. He really hated white people. So he's a good guy. I got to hear that again.
Like maybe Benjamin Franklin did electrical experiments on these people. There's zero evidence of that.
Right.
So there you have, at the Smithsonian, white children every day going to the Smithsonian here with all of its grandeur, with all of its authority, and they're reading that maybe Benjamin Franklin electrocuted blacks.
Anywhere. In fact, he became a staunch abolitionist later.
And there you have it. In fact, he's anti-white. And that really should be recognized. He was so moral, horribly anti-white, magnificently anti-white. That's why Benjamin Franklin was good. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is really, really unbelievable. Cool Papa J Magic pointing out, I'm surprised they didn't get a black guy on screen to talk about how this is all harmful to black people. Well, they probably did. I didn't watch the whole episode. So who knows? Lambda says, really pissed at people on X for getting him sucked into the white resentment sphere. He said, I knew when I was 16 that we needed a people. That was blindsight, man. Good for you. And yeah, hate those people who sucked you into that resentment, because it was only going to be harmful to you. It was never going to be harmful to non-white people. Has it been? I mean, I challenge all of the white resentment sphere, anti-non-white losers. Show me where all of your hatred and bad-mouthing of non-white people has harmed them. Show me. High-Speed Drifter is here. First last saying, hippopotami. Actually, it's not Latin. Hippopotamus is not Latin. It's Greek. And it's been anglicized for the plural. So that's a misnomer for the plural. And you're right about brain poisoned. They absolutely are brain poisoned, not brainwashed. Tagging me as @symbol, no white guilt. Anti-whiteism 777 is here. Good to see you. Nameless one is here.
Later in life. So they call themselves a research institute, but they're lying and they're sending it to our schools.
But you know what I love about it is the fact that they work so hard to hide this only underscores how powerful our founding story actually is.
Shut the fuck up. The fact that they work so hard to hide it, it's on the plaques at the Smithsonian. They are sending the material to schools across the United States. And since it's being sent across the United States for educational purposes, it's being sent to other Western countries to learn about the United States. We have such a powerful, multiracial. I'm surprised this fucker isn't saying how multiracial our origin story is here at the United States. I'm surprised he's not saying it. They're literally saying it on the plaques, on the programs, in the material they send out to schools in the U.S. and around the world. And this guy, Charlie or whatever his name is, sitting in for Jesse with waters on his brain, is at least Jesse, we've gotten him to say anti-white. This imbecile, just look at him. He's so typical of the white losers that are allowed to have a voice in our defense. Estrogen he's pissing estrogen right now, where he sits. Our founding story is so powerful, they didn't hide shit.
And that's what terrifies them. But I want to jump over to this.
Oh, that's what terrifies
them. Richard Nixon is back. Thanks to the creative team at the Nixon Foundation, Gen Z.
Okay, yeah, and now the big positive story is that a Gen Z creator, they pointed out one, of course, another female. They pointed out one is bringing Nixon back. What? Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely? And then she's like, I've got the button for Spiro Agnew. Who gives a shit? Nixon wasn't as bad as they said. Who cares? And you know what they'll say? Oh, he was anti-white. You know, when it comes right down to it, they're going to measure whether or not Nixon was moral or immoral by the anti-white immoral metric, aren't they? That's exactly what they're going to do. So they'll conclude, just like these two were concluding, Benjamin Franklin's a good guy because he was anti-white. No, Benjamin Franklin was a good guy because he wasn't anti-white. Because he had slaves. Because he was building the United States for the white race. That's why he was a good guy. We'll see. If it benefits and strengthens the white race to say Benjamin Franklin was focused, according to our interpretation of all of his writings, even though he never wrote it, he was focused on the well-being of the white race, then we will put that in the Smithsonian, motherfucker. That's what we will put in the Smithsonian. Disgusting. So it continues. Trump isn't trying to, quote, erase history at the Smithsonian. He's reversing a destructive woke takeover. Liberals were up in arms this week. Liberals. After President Trump wanted a review of the Smithsonian Institution, saying its displays were too negative and too focused on slavery. Its displays were too anti-white, and they end up going in and saying anti-white, and that is because of me. That is because of me. All these people giving credit here and credit there, and because they can identify with the losers out there, and they feel inferior to me, and at the same time, even if they're not gay, turned on by me, giving credit everywhere else. No, it's said because of me. It's said by extension of me, this community, and the heroes that we name and celebrate every single week in this community for their hard work. And their names will go on monuments. Nobody will remember the Jake Moron Monroes. Nobody will remember any of these taboo grifters. Absolutely sickening. Nobody is going to remember the academics that didn't do shit in the white resentment sphere. Nobody will remember the historical revisionists. Nobody will remember the countless tales of Jews during World War II and World War I. Trump isn't trying to erase history. He's like, this is what I said. In charge, they would see a book burning like there has never been. They want to complain about book burning. And then you have all of these people with the Mott and Bailey technique. They're like, they retreat into it was only porno magazines and books that they were burning. No, I would burn everything anti-white. Everything. Not just porno magazines. Everything anti-white would be banned. Even the people who want to be anti-non-white, because that undermines our unity as a people. They too would be banned. Trump's criticism that the Smithsonian is overly focused on slavery is not unreasonable. In nearly every exhibit, critical race theory in general, or slavery specifically, makes an appearance. So anti-whiteism. They took the name critical race theory. You do not give them the names of their taking, and you do not take the names of their giving. The new Benjamin Franklin exhibit on the innovations include a whole section on slavery with assumptions but no proof that slaves assisted Franklin in his electrical innovations. That is one step away from what I predicted all those years ago to all those white imbecilic. They smelled too, by the way. They smelled. They fucking smelled. White people who said that never could happen. Never could be done. One step away from saying blacks were responsible for the innovations. Even if they hadn't, the curators argue that without their work around the house, Franklin couldn't have spent time on his experiments. Franklin, so it's all owed to the blacks. By the way, nowhere on planet Earth have blacks ever built Western civilization. But somehow, according to anti-whiteism, magically, they show up on this continent and build Western civilization. That's fucking amazing, isn't it? Nowhere on planet Earth have they ever built. You know what? So they didn't build shit. They did not build shit. No part of Western civilization is built by blacks. Period. No part is built by Jews. You can have good people of all races contribute, and for all of their contributions, healthy white people appreciate. But there ain't no America from Jews. There ain't no America from blacks. Give me a fucking break. You could barely build a functioning fucking tribe in Africa, but you're going to build Western civilization in North America. Get the fuck out of here. So sick of hearing this shit, but I'm never going to have to stop hearing it. Never going to have to stop hearing it, because I, in the work of this community, is not being recognized and lauded and therefore followed. The labor in his household helped make time that he could use to study electricity. Family, friends, and visitors directly participated in electrical experiments. Another example of the obsession with slavery comes from the National Portrait Gallery. Nearly every early founding father's description includes slavery. The description for Thomas Jefferson includes the statement, although Jefferson once called slavery an abominable crime, he consistently enslaved African Americans. Good. Fucking good. That's what the world did at that time. I would go, if I had a time machine, trust me, I would go back and slap the ever-living shit out of every selfishly individualistic white POS that wanted to buy Africans. I would beat the shit out of all of them. No, but they did it for themselves. They got nice and rich. They got nice and rich, didn't they? Less than 6% of the population in the South, 4% of the total white population of the United States had any slaves. You do realize that. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I got it wrong. I'm on YouTube. And then it was less than 2% of that percentage had more than one or two. And yet we are all condemned for not only having slaves, but brutalizing and raping and murdering and gutting them and everything else because of the selfishly individualistic bastards that bought them. Secretary of the Smithsonian, Bunch, which is the guy's, Lonnie Bunch's name, was the founding director of the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, which should be ripped out of the Smithsonian. Get out of Dodge. Absolutely not. You got a monstrosity, a hideous building on Constitution Avenue, and it looks like a giant took a shit and fiddled with it, played with it. That's what the building looks like. Appeals to the African American heart, they say. Well, it looks like shit fiddled with by a giant to me, to my white Western kind heart. Put all that shit in that monstrosity and then pick up the whole building and move it out to the middle of nowhere. Smithsonian collaborated with the New York Times and the 1619 Project, which claims the United States started not with the Declaration of Independence or the Revolutionary War, but when the first slave ship arrived. Continue with the other strategies, and that will be the history of the United States. You complain all you want. I tell you, the white race alive today deserves it. As a curator, Mary Elliott remarked at the time, this is a shared history. Everyone inherited the legacies of slavery. So it's a lifetime, an eternal, not lifetime, the life of a race, the life of an entire race of people. It is hung around our necks. The sword of Damocles over our heads. But American history is more than just about slavery. You can read that in 1950 when they founded the conservative movement. And not everyone inherited this legacy. After all, America is also a nation of immigrants. Could you imagine the conservatives arguing the anti-white narratives position that America is a nation of immigrants? So therefore, we can't all be slaveholders? I'm so sick of this shit. The Smithsonian is on a mission to have completely searchable digital museum called the Searchable Museum Initiative. So it'll all be available for you online soon enough as the official history of the United States. One might think it would be the digitalization of some of our greatest moments in history, but no. Like landing on the moon and the Constitution. No, it's all about anti-whiteism. So, the Trump regime, and definitely not Trump for prison, the Trump regime, because of yours truly and this community, uses the concept anti-white repeatedly in its assessment of the Smithsonian. Centering our people, legitimizing that we have an inherent value and worth, that we can be harmed and victimized as a people group, and that it is moral, legal, and legitimate to object to that victimization. More importantly, it begins to put our people in a new story, a white positive story, where our well-being matters, where we find ourselves in the body of a people and achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being. Maybe you can't comprehend it, but that's the way it is. That's the way it works. Smithsonian chief disputes scathing White House report, accusing museum of radical activism. We need them saying anti-whiteism, and we're going to continue swashing. And when we get the Trump regime saying anti-whiteism, I can promise you that anti-non-whites will be saying, just like everything else we've done, you didn't do that. You didn't do it. To not give credit. Western Sunrise is here and saying, I understand that you're frustrated, but I really wish you'd stop saying the white race deserves it. We're a noble and glorious people. Don't trigger that MP in your own audience. There are plenty of white people who don't deserve it, and they're here. And the white people who don't deserve it are the ones who pick up the lexicon and carry the battle to the battlefield where it exists. Those are the people who don't. The rest of the white race that keeps on embracing this shit, aside from the white children, because those are the ones I really care about. The white adults that are in opposition to me, oh well. The white adults who are in opposition to me, I'm not fighting for them. I'm fighting for white children, and I'm fighting for the white people who will stand by me. That's the people who I'm fighting for. Everybody else who's ignoring and disavowing and claiming that none of this is the work of this community, they can all go straight to hell. The white woman who came after me in the thread, she can go straight to hell. If there were 50 million Irish in Ireland, there would have been no slavery. They would have left willingly. Anti-whites do not get it, says filthy, angry Irish peasant. Yes. Lindsey in hell, where he and all anti-white pigs belong. 777 says, yes. Sean says, we stand by you. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. High speed drifter. We was Helen of Troy. Yeah, that's right, and that will continue until we use this lexicon and recapture our destiny. There'll be more indignities like that, but it will become the truth. More importantly, it will become the truth of what really happened. Oh, that's funny. Henry says, keep the white positive porn? I'm kidding. He says, I would love a book burning. It'd be so bright, it'd look like a flaming mountain. Oh, without question. Is it a coincidence that the earthquakes always take place after obese women twerk? Not at all. Please, no hashtags KNOW, hashtag anti-white, hashtag anti-whiteism are used on President Trump posts and at times with memes. Donald Trump's post? Are you telling me that posts that Donald Trump makes or people who are tagging Trump? Tag me again and let me know. Yeah, tag me again and let me know. Yeah, they'll be saying, you didn't do it. It was nothing you did. So the document, and we're going to be celebrating it when we come back, is full of the use of the word anti-white repeatedly, again, and again, and again. because of me, and therefore this community of champions who have formed around me. So we're gonna trumpet our successes. We're gonna trumpet our victories, because the white race needs to hear it. And the good among the white race will hear it and will come to the work of white well-being. And the harmful, the bane, the bête noire of the white race, they will hear it and they will be repulsed. And then they will have the outcome that they deserve. As public servant and the keepers of this institution, we are charged with helping a nation find understanding, hope, and clarity. And as part of that duty, we are dedicated to excellence, reflection, and growth, said that anti-white pig who runs the Smithsonian right now. Yep, writing you right out of history. And they all said it couldn't be done. And that's where we are. So we'll take a short break, and we'll see. In his official post, those in the comments. So our people are putting those hashtags in the comments of his posts. Then that's fantastic, and they should continue doing that. Yes, more. We need more of that. More swashing. More swashing like that. JC is here. Good to see you. Problematic Biospirit, good to see you. Well, we've got more to talk about, don't we? We have our swashbuckling coming up, where we're going to be celebrating our victory in this document about the Smithsonian from the White House. We got videos of that. We got the lesson. We got no mail in the mailbag. So we'll be able to skip that. And we'll get to all that when we get right back.
I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No Coke, no Sprite. I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself, trying to save them from the hate, so why are they raising hell? Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy, doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. On the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family, so I love my people to death. Black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. On the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family, so I love my people to death.
Lightning has struck, and this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Black in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars like a chain of fire. Every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
Let's get to these victories. The best have remained here to see the receipts of these victories. Everybody on your feet. Raucous emojis, 007s, raucous emojis today, ladies and gentlemen, for the victories in this community. There we have Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook, ladies and gentlemen. 52 empowered by the lexicon, exposed and empowered by the lexicon. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Keep it going, Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. 50 more, ladies and gentlemen. We are on so many of the platforms. Give it up for the great Anglo. What a beautiful meme that is. That is a very handsome gentleman. Let's keep it rolling. Well done, Anglo-Saxon NWG, swashing extraordinaire. He's back again. Who else is fed up with white erasure? 119 exposed just this week with this post on Instagram. Facebook and Instagram, he's rocking it. He's back again. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook yet again. Multiracialism creates a cultural arms race. White erasure is anti-white. Beautiful. I love the verbiage. I love the meme. Let's keep it going. 344 people empowered this week by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG with this post alone on Facebook. Another one on Facebook. 134 more empowered and exposed to the empowerment by Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. Western civilization is built to give Western kind of home, not for it to be white erased from us. Look at this champion. He is a master, isn't he? Anglo-Saxon NWG back again on Facebook. Another 89 and climbing. Beautiful, powerful meme. Well done, Anglo-Saxon NWG. He's bouncing back and forth here between Facebook and Instagram. We'll knock it on over to Cool Papa J Magic on Mark Dice. Racist is an anti-white slur. 632 people giving a thumbs up to the great Cool Papa J Magic. Get out your raucous emoji. Show the man some love. Show him some love. A huge victory there on King Dice's account. Continuing over here, 1,000 people this week. This post alone, empowered by Cool Papa J Magic. Legal, quote unquote, white erasure is still white erasure. Cool Papa J Magic swashing like the demigod he is. Back again. Cool on Jesse Lee Peterson here. 443 and climbing, giving likes to this magnificent post. Give it up for the cool, the Papa, the J, the Magic. Cool Papa J Magic back again. 360 more empowered, this time on Metatron. Metatron, Cool Papa J Magic, enlightening his audience. Give it up for the Cool Papa J Magic, saving souls. We got this coming up. We got that coming up. We got this coming up. We got that coming up. We got this coming up. And we got TM on traveling, flying, 1,232 empowered by the exposure to the lexical and dialectical power of Go Free. TM, let's give it up for TM of the House of Swash, succeeding where so many others are failing. Way to go, TM. Getting on the scoreboard this week. We don't got that coming up. It wouldn't delete for me, so I couldn't do anything about it. Can't wait for them to try and defend this one, says Travis. This is Double V on IG. Anti-whites always find a way, unless you call them out for their anti-whiteism. No white guilt on YouTube. 208. Give it up for Double V, getting 208 empowered on Instagram. Double V getting on the scoreboard this week. God bless you, brother. God bless you. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. What we did here. You did it. We did it. This is our victory. And so many, you see, you had like 40 people leave because they didn't want to see the receipts of our victories. So give it up for yourselves. Never let them take this away from us. This is our doing. Fight to the bloody end. And I'm not suggesting, I'm saying fight to the bloody end against anybody who wants to take this away from us. We did it. Let's keep it going now in celebration for thanks to West Franklin and Anglo-Saxon NWG and those who assist them in bringing a portion of the overall victories every single week to us so that we can celebrate these heroes and champions. And if you would like to be celebrated for the work that you're doing in service to White Wellbeing and you reach the threshold for being celebrated, we will celebrate you. You got to let us know. Reach out to these gentlemen or those with whom they speak. We want you swashing and succeeding. Big thank you to the Franklinator, the Tree Godfather, Biospirit of the West, and the Ivan, all for swashing on Donald Trump Jr. this week, which is how we got Donald Trump Sr., the father, to say what you see right there and more anti-white being used repeatedly in the memorandum from the White House. My God, the victories and successes of this community is something to be excited about. It's something to see how what we advocate and have for so long is working and changing the conversation about our victimization. Give it up for every single one of these people. Let's keep it going for the Tree Godfather. The Tree Godfather made a video of yours truly this week, and a big salutes for that because we need people making vids, because there are a lot of people out there who they have low IQs and they can't imbibe more than seconds of information. We also give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. I think he made 5 videos this week. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems. Crowns and gems. Make sure you're handing out the crowns and gems. I want to give a special Promethean salute to Robert, who not only has a show with the great Justin McDaniel, but he also helps Dallas out almost 100% of the time with her space as well. What a dedicated champion and servant to White Wellbeing Robert is. Let's make sure this man feels the love of this community. Big salutes for Robert. God bless you, good sir. Let's get into our victories. Dallas Malloy, ladies and gentlemen, 3,026 empowered by the great Dallas Malloy in the audience of Congressman Brandon Gill. I know she's really working, swashing on him, trying to bring this guy around. Well done, Dallas. Give it up for Dallas of the House of Swash. Let's keep it going. The Lady of Shall Not coming in with 2,566 empowered in the audience of Queen Bee. Give it up for the Lady of Shall Not. Give it up for Dallas Malloy again, working on another 1,000 here this week, empowered by the Go Free Lexicon in this an original post. Give it up for Dallas Malloy. Keep it going for Biospirit of the West. OT leader extraordinaire, 3,580 souls saved by the champion in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Make sure he feels the love. Biospirit of the West. Aim it at him like an arrow of love. Biospirit of the West back again, 4,304 more souls saved by their exposure to the Go Free Lexicon. Look at the powerful meme. You got to love it. In a post in response to one I cannot see. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, make sure he knows the love. Joe, ladies and gentlemen, on the scoreboard in a big way. And look at here, Tree Godfather in support, ladies and gentlemen, in the House of Swat. Joe, 7,856 people empowered. All of our people are bludgeoned constantly with anti-white propaganda, showing us that white men are lazy, fat, stupid, etc. We need proud, strong, positive role models to remind us who we are. Almost 8,000 empowered in the audience of Ben Werman. Absolutely, Joe is on the board. Show him love. Biospirit of the West, he had a hell of a week this week, ladies and gentlemen. He is knocking it out of the park. Biospirit of the West, 2,732 people empowered. Look at the powerful verbiage and memeage in the audience of Radio Genoa. And ladies and gentlemen, as I say, always go back and look at what these champions of the House of Swash write. We don't have time to read them all. 8,179, as well as the memes that they share, because we need you to be this powerful in service to white well-being. 8,179 empowered by Biospirit of the West in the audience of Matt Van Swool. Let's give it up for Biospirit of the West using anti-white terrorism. Keeping it going, ladies and gentlemen. Our buddy Martinez Politics getting in using anti-whiteism down here at the bottom. Give it up for Martinez Politics. And look at that. Diplomat for West Cat coming in support like a champion. The Archangel Gabriel. Rocking it out of the park. Let's hear it for Martinez Politics, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, brother. Robert, 3,402 empowered here in service to white well-being in the audience of Kevin Bass. Give it up for Robert of the House of Swash, demigod tier, Tree Godfather himself, liberating 3,151 people in the audience of Lazy B. Let's hear it for the Tree Godfather, a champion. Back again, 1,546 more empowered by the Tree Godfather this week in the audience of the Elon of the Musk. Give it up for Tree Godfather and his epic swashing. From the wild, the practice to the praxis, supported by the Nameless One. Let's hear it for the Nameless One as well. 1,004 empowered here from the wild using anti-whiteism in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Let's hear it for Double P. Ladies and gentlemen, well done. Dallas Malloy got us started, and she's back again. 3,247 empowered by the great Dallas Malloy in the audience of Pepe Deluxe. Let's hear it for Dallas Malloy and the successes she had this week. Totally beautiful. Cardia Nebula, ladies and gentlemen, 4,000 souls saved. Pithy, powerful meme as well in the audience of someone I cannot see, but let's hear it for Cardia Nebula. Biospirit of the West, 4,133 more. Powerful memeage, powerful verbs. The words in the audience of End Wokeness. This is how the world gets changed. And in Biospirit, I love it. He goes to war very often under where they try to come back, he's not letting them. 2,195 more empowered with the lexical dialectical ledger domain of Go Free by Biospirit of the West. This in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Give some fire, yes, some more flames. Lazy B by Born Guilty by Jason Kuna here, ladies and gentlemen. And this directly, she promotes NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Nearly 2,000 and the great Shannon Oliver coming in to support the post. This right underneath her other post of hers about Born Guilty. Give it up for Lazy B and the support she shows to the works of your hierarch Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate Lozzie B. Keep it going for Biospirit of the West. Nearly 2,000 more souls saved as the audience takes a breath, I think. In the audience of Basil the Great. Biospirit of the West, unstoppable all over the place. He's back again. Biospirit of the West, 2,332 more. Good freaking God. In the audience of Libs of TikTok. Give it up for the Biospirit of the West. OT leader, showing you why. Once again, 2,000 more almost by the OT leader himself. Empowered in the audience of Lozzie B. No wonder she's a champion of Go Free. It is thanks to our House of Swash. We'll keep it going. The Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen. You watch the epic video. Celebrate the epic video by the Tree Godfather. Did the Tree Godfather make this alone? Was it with collaboration with others? I don't know. Let's celebrate the Tree Godfather and anybody else who participated in this epic video. It was a fantastic, we played it at the very beginning of our gathering. Nearly 9,000 souls saved by this powerful video by the Tree Godfather. Let's also, while we're celebrating the Tree Godfather in this video, let's celebrate the totality of the community, all of you for the work that you are doing in swashing, in reclaiming your lives, in taking the lexical and dialectical power armory to your circles of influence, because it is because of that that we have anti-white showing up in the White House's absolute critical criticism of the Smithsonian, anti-white repeatedly referenced, ladies and gentlemen. It is because of you. It is because of us. It is because of this community working together. None of it would have been done or would have been able to be done on our own. It is because we stand shoulder to shoulder on that field of conflict, the one that so many in the white race fail to see. Make sure that you feel the love that you're passing out. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. And we have another here from the wild, practice to the praxis, feeding back to us, working up to 3,000 by this bold face from the wild, says anti-white right there. This in the audience of CBS News. Give it up for Boldface. Biospirit of the West in the audience of Amiri King. Knocking it out of the park. Absolutely knocking it out of the park. 31,000 people empowered by Go Free as a result of this post alone in the audience of Amiri King. The work of Biospirit of the West. Show the man the salutes he deserves, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis. It is strength through collectivism, strength through unanimity of message, strength through unity, strength through discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, empower. Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West, back of freaking again, 4,000 more. This is all this week. Beautiful meme, magnificent verbiage, and this in the audience of Libs of TikTok. You might think we're done with this, but we're not. That's Diplomat for Western Kind coming in. 5,000 souls saved by the Archangel Gabriel. Diplomat of Western Kind, ladies and gentlemen, this in the audience of Paul. Diplomat for Western Kind going to war over the use of Karen. There's the Tree Godfather coming in to support. Let's hear it for the Tree Godfather coming in to support. The House of Swash supports each other. We never fail. We got to keep it going because we're not even done. We have Cardia Nebula, 4,549 more goes to the credit of Cardia Nebula in this week in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Let's hear it for Cardia Nebula, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it. This is our doing. The Trump White House has just exposed the Smithsonian going full left-wing, quote-unquote, of course, anti-USA, placing an, quote, anti-white bias in their teachings and attacking American history. Ladies and gentlemen, you got the Biospirit of the West coming in there. You got the anti-whites of X coming in there. 14 times he went through the document. Because of you, because of me, because of this community, because of the strategy we employ, we have changed the conversation about the victimization of Western kind. We did it. We have done it. We are the reason why the conversation has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, Anglo-Saxon NWG coming in the House of Swash showing up in force, ladies and gentlemen, coming in to support and celebrate 14 times. It's our doing. None of that anti-white would have been used if it were not for us. We should be celebrated across the totality of all socio-political circle environments that claim to care whatsoever about white people or America or Western civilization. They should all be celebrating us because it is us. It is what we have done that has changed the conversation about our victimization. You have the content creator saying, they've gone full left-wing, anti-USA. That's what all the cucks would be saying. And all the anti-non-whites would be saying, oh, it's become pro-Jew. It's become pro-black. That's what they'd be saying. But what did the White House say? They said anti-white 14 times because of you and me. Anti-white 14 times, centering the white race 14 times because of our work. The position of the White House, centering the white race. It's only done because of us, ladies and gentlemen. Fight to the death for the credit of the work that we have done. Fight to the death. My God. Here it is again, Cardia Nebula. Anti-white Civex. Big salutes to you for rounding this up 14 times because of the work that we've done. Let's keep it going. Lazi B, 5,433. Using anti-whites here, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up in her original post to Lazi B. Diplomat for Westacott back again, 2,508. Empowered by Diplomat for Westacott in the audience of Paul. We're not done. We're getting there, though. Diplomat for Westacott back again, ladies and gentlemen. 8,118. Show this General of the House of Swash the love. 07s, quadruple 07s. This in the audience of Black Capital. This is how we've changed the world, ladies and gentlemen. We show the receipts. I'm not taking shit off anybody. We did it all. We did it all. And here you have the terrible news that the House of Swash and solo activists have, of Go Free activists, have responded to across the board. The news that Henry Novak, his dying words to his anti-white terrorist murderer was, "I'm not racist." This has, Hans reached out to me with this. This has made me physically ill when I first read this, with sadness for him and our people, with rage for him and our people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the corruption of mind, the brain poisoning. Yes, the brain poisoning with anti-whiteism. And if you can't give up everything that has failed in the past to arrest that kind of outcome, that one of our sons, our brothers, our nephews have what would-be father, would-be husband, that he ends up with his dying breath at the hands of an anti-white terrorist saying, "I'm not racist," just like 1984. It's exactly what I told you in 1984 when Smith ends up saying he loves Big Brother when they execute him. That is where white people have been brought, and we are the remedy, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see some of the response here given to us by the great Professor Hans. We have the Tree Godfather, 210 empowered under this post. We have the Lady of Shall Not, 18,000 empowered by the Lady of Shall Not under this post. Nameless One, working on 100 empowered under this post. Joe coming in with 2,000 more coming in under this post. The House of Swash, solo activists showing up, ladies and gentlemen, for Go Free, for our people, with love, hope, and redemption. Give it up. Raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis for everybody here. 18,000, 2,000, hundreds and hundreds more. Big quadruple 07s empowering the white race. We are the ones doing it, no one else. Let's keep it going for the Tree Godfather. 2,180 more empowered here. Him sharing a post from Hanselot that is Professor Hans. One of my lessons here, the nursery room we knew as the West is turning into a hunting ground for our most vulnerable. Walk like prey. They call themselves communists, but are they really? They never fight for the poor white man. Give it up for Professor Hans, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the tree godfather. This saved in the audience of Speaker Mike Johnson. What a effing cucked statement Tree Godfather says to him, demanding that he grow some balls and denounce anti-whiteism. Amen to that. We're not done. We got this, ladies and gentlemen. This is Anglo-Saxon NWG in response to Radio Genoa saying Poland reminds us that Europe is Christian. We had to have a correction. Poland is not merely a Christian country. It is a white nation founded by white people. White biospirit created Western civilization. Our norms, customs, and institutions are internal expressions of that biosphere. To label it as only Christian is not simply dishonest, but downright anti-white, as it erases the ethnic foundations of the people who built it. Haitians are overwhelmingly Christian, yet their society shows none of the order, innovation, cohesion of Western civilization. This proves that shared faith alone cannot replicate what arises from the biospirit of whites. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Let's get to these videos, ladies and gentlemen. The first one we have is Erica Shante. 40,000 views, ladies and gentlemen, to Erica Shante's video.
Abortion only applies to Southern California, but
only the Southern Cal is supposed to.
But they use it all across the country.
And then let's move on to erasing Black history.
Oh,
I mean,
erasing
it's just
Black
so much. And then the last thing, ask them how many Black people are actually in his cabinet right now as we speak. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But thank you.
Give it up for exactly what I said, and we're going to keep sharing these. Everything I said and predicted would happen is happening just as predicted. They are inverting our concepts in our story. You are welcome, ungrateful white race. Let's keep it going. Here we have the IHIP News. Jennifer Welsh, 180,000 people.
Pete Hegseth is systematically and in a very racist manner erasing Black service members and women and people that threaten his fragile white masculinity. And that all of the people that want to lecture us about our lifestyles and
inverting our concepts and our story is our victory. I know if you're hearing my voice and you're not part of this community, you probably don't understand it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to. You just have to get on board in service to white well-being.
think that they're so morally superior. They have no problem with 160.
And you note how she's trying to use that same anti-white reverse psychology. You're weak if you won't let us take over. You're weak if you won't let us white erase you. Fuck this anti-white bitch. She has fallen prey to my and your strategy of go free. That's a victory greater than any slander that anybody else could make of this bitch. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. For Liberal Hive Mind, the first video from Liberal Hive Mind, 166,000 people have witnessed this.
Dislike ratio, 122,000 dislikes, an over 70% dislike ratio. Now one of the most disliked videos on the platform. How many more times will this happen? How many more box office flops? I wonder how much longer they'll continue to shove this stuff down our throats with the expectation that at some point we'll simply go along with it and view the importance of it. Oh yes, erase my white European culture. It's a very important vessel of propaganda to ensure that the next generation wholeheartedly adopt all these la-di-da notions of diversity. No, it's white erasure. It's the replacement of our culture. And you know what it really says? It says that we're not allowed to have our things. Our culture must be dismantled, rewired, reconfigured. But our culture is the best culture, built the modern world. Our pieces of heritage should be revered, not redefined and disrespected. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Give it up for Liberal Hive Mind picking up what we're dropping. And that, in that case, is white erasure, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what's happening. Let's keep it going for Liberal Hive Mind because he's got the next video at 284,000 views.
And in these cases, only one side is ever heard. You know, I get it. I get some of the insensitive remarks that are being made, but also at the same time, can we not acknowledge the other racial component? The fact that they're obviously going after this girl because she's white in a black-dominated sport. She just happens to be the best player in that sport, and for some reason, the other girls on the court just can't take it, and so they've made her target number one. No, for some reason, never. We can never acknowledge the elephant in the room. Anti-whiteism, anti-white hatred, the same stuff that we saw on display pretty consistently post-Carmelo Anthony verdict. No.
Love this guy now. I love this guy.
Oh, of course, we just have to continue and pretend as if it doesn't exist. Well, it does exist, and it's tainting this already failing sports league.
Let's give it up big time for Liberal Hive Mind. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, quadruple 07. Show the love. Make sure he feels the love, ladies and gentlemen. 284,000 people watching this clip, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes, big respect and salutes for the Liberal Hive Mind. And ladies and gentlemen, even in those circles where they don't want you to go free, even in those circles where they want to just blame the dues, our language, our concepts are winning the day exactly as I said they would. Listen closely as you hear this anti-Jew working himself up to a complaint about Jews. Eventually, he won't be able to do that because there'll be too many of us focused on white well-being.
And telling Europeans that they should feel bad about who controls the media. Who controls the culture dissemination via radio, not just media, the newspapers, cable TV, the movies you're watching? Who is in control of the information and is able to paint in broad strokes these ideologies? Who writes multiple books on anti-whiteism and stuff like that?
Yes, take a bow. Take a bow. What a week we had. Every time we get to these celebrations, ladies and gentlemen, it always lifts my spirits. We are the true heroes in service to white well-being, and we will be right back. Let us continue the celebration, ladies and gentlemen, with the financial gifts that we have. The screens are refreshing right now. Let's give it up on your feet and give it up for Double Shift Corey. Corey Double Shift in the house, $50. And he writes, salute to the white well-being communities. 07. That's a double shifting champion right there. That's a double shift champion. Corey, what a hero. God bless you, brother. Let's keep it going for R Man. R Man is in the house. Church of the West. The R Man is with us. $30. $30. Financially gift from the R Man. God bless you, he says, for white well-being. God bless you, champion. The R Man has spoken. R Man, $30 for white well-being. He's not here yet, but you know who will be here. Who will be here, ladies and gentlemen? Does everybody know who will be here? It is the dude, the bro, the moment, DB50. $50 he'll be financially gifting when he shows up, and he will write for white well-being. Show the love. Raucous emojis. Crowns and gems for DB50. God bless him. God bless you. Good sir. He will be here soon. Let's keep it going for the first and the last, because the first and the last has gotten in here with $25. $25 for white well-being from the first and the last. And he says with his magnificent $25, hope. Thank you, good sir. I deeply appreciate it. Let me swivel around and see if we have any others to celebrate. You get up to the top here and see what we have. And we have $20, ladies and gentlemen. $20 over here on Premium Rumble. from Angry. Angry, is that Gringo LLC? $20 using anti-whiteism and white erasure everywhere. It's catching on. Awesome. Awesome. Yes. He says, using anti-whiteism and white erasure everywhere I can. It's catching on. God bless you, champion. Big salutes. Yeah, big salutes. $20 over there from the Angry Gringo. Thank you so much, champion. Let me see what else we have, and then we will circle back and get everybody. It is catching on everywhere. It is the work of this community, the community that you all are a part of, that's making this happen. Thank you all for celebrating. God bless you all. Look at the Ivan. Look at the Ivan, the harbor, but he's the celebrating maniac. I love it. I would carry this guy on my shoulders. All right, let's see. Do we have anything here that we missed? Nope. So let's see. We got Yiz $5 financial gift. She says, weekly folk tithe for White Wellbeing. Thank you, Yiz. I appreciate that. Good to see you. She had a totally epic show with the Tree Godfather. Celebrate the Tree Godfather. Did such a great job over on Yiz, the Unifiers show. He was glorious. He swashed in there like a swashbuckling maniac champion that he is. Let's get some raucous emojis for the Tree Godfather and his great performance on Yiz, the Unifiers show. Yep, she went full throttle White Wellbeing with the Tree Godfather present. It was awesome. It was totally epic. I loved it. Well done. That's the Tree Godfather for you. Let's swivel back around here. And we have Romania must go free. $5 as he enters the house of Swash. Thank you so much. Dear brothers, greetings from Romania. Please send prayers for me. Tough exams coming up. I would love to eventually translate Go Free into Romanian. Would you be okay with this? Could it be published here? Like we've done with our other translations, you could absolutely translate it, and then you'll provide me with the text, and I will make it available to everybody in Romania. That would be so awesome. Let's get some prayers and positive energy going right now to our brother in Romania. Romania must go free. Big salutes, prayers and positivity for the exams coming up. Absolutely good luck. You're going to ace it, brother. And thank you so much for wanting to step up and serve White Wellbeing, serve the well-being of our people all across planet Earth. Truly splendid, magnificent. Thank you so much. Triggering anti-white scum, $2 financial gift, and then another with another $2. So thank you. Walking into the house of Swash with $4 over his head. Thank you so much. Love you, Jason. I'm hearing our lexicon used everywhere, all caps. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that freaking awesome? It's each and every one of us are making this happen. Changing the conversation of our victimization. It's something to think about, isn't it? It's remarkable that we're doing this, that we've done it, that we've fed. Do you know how much money conservative think tanks get to feed language into Republican administrations? Do you know how much contact they need to have? Do you know how much donations they need to have? And we've done it. He says, please cover the anti-white attacks in Europe more, my brother. I will happily. I will happily. Are you on X? Can you tag me with any of the news? It's unceasing. The attacks on our people, the anti-whiteism. He comes back, as I say, with that second of the $4. Jason, brother, would you agree that Native Europeans should patrol their neighborhoods with WhatsApp groups to protect from anti-white invaders? Now, you're getting into some tricky territory. Community patrols, and we have like a really generic neighborhood watch. That kind of thing is a totally normal and moral thing. And if you build such a thing as a neighborhood watch, then you are, and it's all positive. It's all about identifying where something might be going wrong, and you're going to notify law enforcement about it. And, you know, if you see somebody getting beaten, you're going to stop the beating. But I would do not think for a second that WhatsApp or Signal or any of these are secret. The government is in all of them. All of our governments are in all of them. I know you've been made to believe that they're not, but they are. They're watching. They're on the inside. And so they'll also insert people. So I would say if you're going to do this, don't make it like a group that has a name with a flag. You're just individuals. You're patriots. You love our people. And if you want to set times that you'll go out as a neighborhood watch, and you will obviously intervene if you see somebody being beaten or robbed or whatever. But if you see something suspicious, you'll be calling law enforcement. Then yes. Otherwise, if you come together and you're like, this is going to be like an optical thing for street violence, and we're community policing ourselves, they will come in and arrest all of you. This will go on your records. Anything said in chat groups will be magically produced before the magistrate, before the judges, before the prosecutors. And anything that you said that was heretical to anti-whiteism will be revealed. So stay positive, stay focused on us. Treat this as a run-of-the-mill neighborhood watch to protect our people. And that in and of itself will engender pride. You can use this opportunity to introduce Go Free in the lexicon to your neighbors. What are you doing? We're keeping an eye out for anti-whiteism, crime, people in need, car breaks down. We're here for that. All of that kind of thing. Focused on community. Using anti-white to talk about those who victimize us. Using white erasure to talk about the neighborhoods or places that have gotten so bad they've been white erased that you can't even live there anymore. You follow me? Do that, and you'll still steer clear of a persecution that we need you to steer clear of, so that you can continue to be a mighty and growing in power advocate for white well-being. Great question. Thank you for that. All right, let me see what else we have here. Giuseppe King is with us. Good to see you. Good, sir. Man from Mars enters the House of Swash with a $5 bill. I would be giving the 500s if I had them. I appreciate it, man. The $5 is epic. $5 is totally working class people. That's what we are. We're coming together. When we toss up a 5 or 25 or 30 or 50, that's thousands of dollars in my mind of dedication. When we can't put up money and we're swashing and we're spreading the lexicon and making clips and making songs, that's hundreds of thousands in my mind. We're coming together as a team, making it work. It's obviously not fair in the sense of, if these people who were getting attention as so-called pro-white or white nationalists or whatever, that it's unfair that they're getting this attention and all of this money, but we have a sick population. We have anti-whites that are paying them for this as well. So And when it comes to the bottom line, we need to succeed. We can't have an excuse at the end of the day. So it's legitimate for us to be furious about that sort of thing. We can't come to the finish line and say we failed the white race, and now the sanguinary treatment is unspeakable, but we've got a good reason for it. No. We can't get there with a good reason. We've got to succeed. So thank you, Man from Mars. Checking further along. Land of the Fake enters the House of Swash with $5 today. Thank you so much, good sir. He says, thank you for your masterful word craft. Well, God bless you for that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now we all wield the white magic. It is all at our fingertips for the reclamation of our destiny. And we are making it happen. I mean, nobody else can say they influenced Donald Trump's speech, Elon Musk's speech, Vance's speech. Nobody else can say they influenced that international document that, like we did, about Europe vis-a-vis the United States. No one else can say they influenced the position of the White House vis-a-vis the Smithsonian like we did. We are it. So all of these other content creators that are not talking about us, but they claim to care about the white race, are just false flagging their concern for the white race. They're not concerned for the white race at all, because they would be interviewing and talking to and with and about us and our successes. All right. If I missed your financial gift, I'll be sweeping back around for tags to see if I missed any tags. We have used a giant chunk of time. We have no mail in the Thaumatological mailbag this week, regrettably. And we have no announcements. If you have any tags or any questions or comments, make sure you tag me as @NoWhyGuilt. I'm going to take another pass around while we listen to this. An epic instrumental by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers and sisters, give it up for the R-Man, who has financially gifted $20 more. $20 more from the R-Man, bringing his total to $50 financial gift. 007's Crowns and Gems for the R-Man. He writes, here's a little more for Go Free. God bless you, good sir. Thank you so much. Big salutes to the R-Man. Ivan has it right. He says, "Arr, man." Exactly. Love that piece, ladies. You know this victory. We have Land of the Fake says such a monumental, crucial point. Jason and the white well-being community are the primary force of good for white people because we are the only ones fighting the actual fight. Yeah, I bet a lot of these other content creators, I bet when they saw anti-white turning up in that White House document, they were like, if you don't remember, that was when Frojax revealed in their interview with Mark that they were talking, that Mark had asked them about me prior to the show and wasn't very keen on talking. I mean, that was a clip by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG came through for me and got that. You could see it's the oh shit eyes. That's what the content creators, that's what they all did when they saw our success yet again. It's perfect. They all say, oh shit. I love it. What else do we have here? We're going to be getting out of here in a minute, looking for tags. And I always get, I mean, we didn't even share a huge, absolutely huge victory. He asked me not to because he's doing experiments. But Professor Hans had a colossal victory. So if anybody's wondering why the 500,000 views that Professor Hans had just this week on a single tweet isn't up, is because he said, "Hey, I'm doing some experiments." And it was about dignity. It was dignity for all, even Western kind. And nearly 500,000. But he said, I'm doing experiments, so I don't think it should be included in the victories. But you can give it up for the great Hans. Triggering anti-white said, there are a few more paid rants above, brother. Did I miss any of them? I think I got them all from above, but if I missed any, tag me again quickly, please, and let me know. I'm looking for other tags. And I'm not seeing... The Ivan is there as well. The Ivan of the Horrible. The illogicality of the kind of anti-Jew and anti-non-white in general statement. An animal can be born evil. Do you know the difference between good and evil? That's so unproductive. There is nothing that people can do with that. Nothing. It does that low IQ notion doesn't serve us, has never served us, is unproductive, doesn't create a people out of the white race. Oh, non-whites, go tell white people that non-whites are born evil because of genetics. They're born evil. Do you know that there is no such thing except that we make it so? And every group of people is whatever their biospirit impels them to do that serves their well-being is moral. I mean, you're not in a position to be thinking and then sharing your thoughts. You're in a position to be learning and then carrying out more, those with more intelligence than yourself. They're born evil. Yeah. Just low IQ rants from people who really should. You wouldn't have this in any other group of people. So I guess if we're to observe anything about a group of folks, then one of the most prominent elements of the white race is treason to natural hierarchy. So I guess that's genetically based. Treason to natural hierarchy. You should I have something that's working. You don't. So you should learn to shut the fuck up. But you don't. Why don't you? You've never had any success. Nobody making your arguments has ever had any success. I have. So why aren't you getting on your knees and submitting? Why aren't you bowing down and submitting? As any hierarchy should demand of you. You've achieved nothing, but you're over here trying to lecture a community that's having success. You need to shut the fuck up. What an absolute... See, this is the problem. If this guy is even white, we don't know. Another Anon, no real name, no face. Another Anon with more and more of the anti-non-white garbage that the SPLC paid for. And this is the same kind of low IQ thinking here from this imbecile. It's like, you wouldn't go live in a bad neighborhood. Listen, dum-dum. You don't have a single decision for one scenario that serves in all scenarios. Dum-dum. Fuck's sake. You are ignorant as shit. Yep, an imbecilic anti-non-white taking us to perdition. I sure hope you're getting paid by the SPLC or some other anti-whites, because if you're doing that free of charge, what a chumping bitch you are. What an absolute chumping bitch. Just looking at the stupidity. It's amazing. He's so down on the Jews, but the Jews submit to what works for their people. Not all of them, but a percentage of the totality. You had, as we were talking about in the space the other night, you had dozens and dozens, technically up to hundreds of Jewish movements that included or had as its destination some sort of nation. And they defined some sort of geographical nation, although they had various definitions about even what that meant. And could it be within a body or outside of a body? Could it be independent? Could it be all of these different things? And they were all striving, all of these different groups, dozens of large ones on planet Earth, one of which was Zionism. What they did not do was burn down any group having success in service of that endeavor. They never would attack anybody having success in that endeavor, because they have a success metric. If it's working for our well-being, then that's what we all want. So if it's working, that's the objective we want, then we're not going to burn it down. And then what happened? As they competed, Zionism pulled out ahead of the other notions. Remember, I shared a bunch of them with you. One of the creators even wanted all of the Jews to start an independent country in Texas. And they thought that they could achieve that. So it would be an independent country within a country. So as I said, there were arguments for different, what they meant by a country or nation state of its own. So what happened when Zionism had more success than and remember, the success was just persuading people, that was the success. It was with words, and they were persuading Jews and they were persuading non-Jews about the ideas of a Jewish homeland. What happened when Zionism started having success, more so than the others? All of the other pro-Jewish organizations folded into Zionism. Some of them disappeared. Some of their leaders didn't become prominent figures in Zionism, but they all folded shop and endorsed Zionism for the well-being of their people. We are the only community that has had success for white people, the only one. And we regularly have those successes. And then what do we have? We have so-called whites like this who don't have, they're just anonymous, no name and no face and etc. And they show up incessantly to say, no, that's not the way. The way that's working, the way that has the endless testimonials of improvements in people's lives, of interactions with police departments, interactions with police departments in the United States and in the United Kingdom, interactions all over, the success everywhere at elementary schools, teachers saying, oh, well, we'll take this textbook out of the curriculum, didn't realize that it was anti-white. I'm not teaching this anymore. And the principal's like, yeah, don't teach that anymore. We're the only people having success. And you still have mutts like this. So I would say that in loyalty and in the awareness of success, the ability to compute success maybe, but certainly in loyalty, Jews are superior to those kind of white people like Spartan, who would always assert that Jews are inferior, that they're born evil and all of this kind of garbage. Well, they are clearly superior to you because they will come together in a very noble way for the well-being of their people, a percentage of the overall whole. It's not all of them by any means. Your anti-Jew movement, your pro-white, white nationalist movement that I've been in for over 3.5 decades is full of Jews. Out and out, open Jews, but it's dumb Jews. It's Jews that want nothing to do with the Jewish community and are actively stupid, maybe even shunned by the Jew. I don't know, but they come into the pro-white community. Outright, open, not hiding it at all, that they're Jews, full in the white nationalist community. That's what you have there. Yes, we are the only community that has had any success. Dipshit. I've been in the movement for 3.5 decades. Everyone else has harmed their members. Everyone else's interactions with the government has been harmful to those organizations, to those groups, every single time. Every single time. You have nothing to point to. I've been in this obviously longer than you have, and have participated in more groups and helped more groups. We are the only group that has done anything good for white people, period. What a piece of shit. What a great example of inferiority to Jews. If he actually is white, we don't know. He's probably like a Peruvian. Let me see what's going on over here. And we have a run-of-the-mill, basic bitch, anti-white. Who is this white supremacist? Anti-white, go to hell. Just get lost. You're an anti-white piece of shit. Get out of the live chat. We don't want you here. We don't want to hear from you. You've demonstrated that you're anti-white. We object to the victimization of Western kind. And you referring to that as white supremacists demonstrates you want the victimization of Western kind. So you're filth. You're human filth. Get lost. Lambda says the Jewish thing is a distraction. Exactly. Henry says, I saw a video. An atheist said there is no objective evil except racism. Of course. The social morality. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and he says it right there. The social morality is like it is a religion. That it occupies the same place in the human animal. Yes. Well said. 777 said anti-whites espouse that whites are born evil. Yep, exactly. Lambda says you missed a couple of financial gifts. Okay, there is Land of the Fake, Man of War, Angry Gringo, is that what it is? The $2 gifts from Triggering Anti-White Scum. The Romania Must Go Free. I don't see. I think there was one other, but I think I got to it. Right. Man of Mars back for another $5. And says, sorry, but this is all I can spare. Oh, you're good, man. You're good. God bless you. Another $5 entering the house of Swash over the head of Man of Mars. Big salutes to you, brother. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're not the only community that has done good for white. I've seen white people. I've seen very ordinary white people go to jail. I knew a guy whose a brother was. I mean, I could just go on and on. I could go on and on. Brother, all he really had in his life, and the brother, and they were Nazi-like LARPers, not quite Nazi, but your typical like white nationalist kind. Brother ended up committing a crime for the race, the white race, went to prison, and then was killed in prison. And this guy was never going to be right again. He every time I met up with him to distribute leaflets that were not of the Nazi kind, because I wouldn't distribute that garbage. But every time I would meet up with him to distribute leaflets, at least one time while we were together, he would listen to the message that his brother left him, because that's all that he has left of his brother's voice. He will never be right again. I mean, just it's so ignorant. It's so ignorant. You're going to come to me after 3.5 decades. No, we done lots of good for people. We done lots of good. Yeah, define good. Got this guy's girlfriend left him. Wife divorced him. Girlfriend left him. Kids left. Do you all remember when I told you that guy from Christogenia? Which I don't know if I've shared. That's where he was from before. Where he came to me and he was like effusively bragging about how his wife and children left him for his positions on the white race and non-white races and all of this. And it was this kind of typical dog shit. And I was like, You think that that's a win? Looked like shit, in terrible health. He had that awake apnea, trying to breathe. Oh, there are too many. Lambda says, I want to hear the stories of the whites that went to jail. There are too many. From way over here in early morning of the Balkans of Southeastern Europe. God bless you, Balkan bad boy. Promethean salutes. By the way, for all of my Southern European brothers and sisters, I have all of the white race's genetics inside of me, including not just Western Europe, Eastern Europe, but also Russia. So I've got it all inside of me. So many people have gone to jail following this anti-non-white bullshit. Logan Dawes is with us. All right, we really got to go. Lambda, I'm older than you think I am. The spirit of the West has preserved me, my brother, and has distributed me to my prime for far longer than it does other living people. You can take a look at people who have been more focused on white people, and even though they were tugged, they were dragged into all this anti-non-white shit like I wouldn't allow myself to be once I came away from it. But you got people like Lady Michelle Renouf, who continued to be stunning on into very old age. And she was one of those people who were more focused on our people and then had to make comments to placate all the anti-Jew garbage out there, or the anti-non-white garbage who were just holding us back. But ultimately, you could see how she was preserved as well. But we had what a glorious set of victories. You know what you don't hear is victories in any of these other circles, like that this loser is from. There are no victories over there. We have a whole slew of victories here. We just celebrated. There are no victories in that losers' circles where they sit around and just slander non-white people. Zero victories over there, a slew of victories here, and we'll continue having these victories. We're going to continue succeeding, and we will march right over top of the anti-non-white resentment sphere, and eventually as well over top of the cuck circles, and we will be the defense of Western civilization de facto, because our concepts will be in everybody's mouths. That's how we take it all back. God bless you all. The party doesn't end here today. It continues tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to be there for Seeds of the Shade Tree. I'll be there. And then, of course, back on Wednesday. More victories to come. More victories, more championships, more tomorrows of a dawned sky, dawn-hued sky in the West. God bless you all. Let's go free.